Ordered. Being 11:05 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-517, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, mandatory labeling for genetically modified foods. Standing in the name of Mr. Perron.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege for me to be able to rise and add my debate and voice from the people of Yellowhead to this piece of legislation, Private Members Bill C-517. I have to also qualify a little bit of my remarks prior to proceeding. I have worked with genetic modified foods. I've farmed all my life. I've also worked with conventional grown crops and provided and have a background in understanding crop development and understanding how species grow and what benefits may or risk may be there with regard to genetically modified foods, as I have had the experience of growing them for several number of years. On the first look at this bill, the question has to be asked, well, what is the problem with labeling the food that is grown and the products that are on our shelves in Canada? My argument is this, that if we are to label them, that whatever label is on those products, it has to be accurate and it can't be misleading. It's got to actually be there so that it informs the consumer in Canada exactly what they are eating and the risks that may or may not be associated with them, with those foods. And that's where I'd like to start with my remarks, because in Canada we have some of the very best of foods in the world, and Canadians know that. They need to be reminded, and I'm reminding them here now that we have some of the safest products in the world, some of the best quality products as far as foods in the world. That's important because there's so much of the so many of the population now that are not growing their own foods, and that has been a generational shift that has happened over the last couple of generations in Canada and around the world. And so it is more important now than ever before that we have the safety measures in place to make sure that that never is compromised. Health Canada, together with Canadian Food Inspection Agency, have the mandate to make sure that those products are on the shelf are the safest that they can possibly be. The OECD nations, as well as the World Health Organization and the FAO of the UN, all have worked together on genetic modified foods to be able to make sure that there's some standards, that there are agreement across not only in Canada but across around the world and across many jurisdictions to be making sure that these products are safe. So the argument is this: if genetic modified foods, if there's a health risk at all with genetic modified foods, that we should not just label them, we should eliminate them. And if there is not a risk, then we should accept them and use them as an advantage for our crops and our foods that we provide not only for Canadians but for our trading partners. It's also important to know that when a genetic modified food enters our shelf or is looked at by either Health Canada or the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, it's a 7-year process, an extensive process of analyzing, assessing, determining whether this product meets the safety standards that we have here in Canada. Very important to understand that. And there are some labelings of our food that are very important, and we fully recognize when it comes to allergenics, there are some foods that have that, and it's important that we label those because they can cause serious health risks for the consumer. And so we make sure that those allergenic foods are labeled. Very important that we do that. There are other times when, with the genetic modified foods and what we're seeing develop in Canada and around the world, that we understand the risks and perhaps the benefits. Because if we don't understand those, then we really are not fully understanding as a consumer what we are trying to do. My fear is if we put a label on genetic modified foods, you have an electorate that doesn't quite understand what that means. In fact, there's a real strong debate, I would suggest, in this room by many members of Parliament as well as many members of the public. What is a genetically modified food? Is that a food that is just been developed and use the better of those foods and keep generation after generation taking the best of those to enhance the performance of that commodity. That's one way of doing it. When you genetically modify a food, you're looking for dealing with a pesticide that is much safer, much easier to use. So, and one way of genetically modifying some of the canolas that we have been working with, they take and spray a light amount of pesticide on it, and those plants that survive, they take those and breed them to each other so that they eventually develop a product that is resistant to that herbicide or pesticide. That is one way of doing it, and we've seen some tremendous advancements in some of the canolas, some of the products that we grow in Canada. In fact, canola is a Canadian product, and that's why I refer to it. It's our own invention that has provided a tremendous product, one of the lowest saturated fat food products out there, actually in the planet. If you're looking at comparing it to corn, corn is about 20% saturated fat. Soy is about 15%. When you look at palm oil, you're talking 50%, but canola is 7%. And so it's a tremendous alternative to some of the foods that we have. And when you're looking at labeling, there's a massive debate that's going on in this House and across Canada as to whether we should get rid of trans fats. Trans fat, a perfect alternative, is to move to a non-hydrogenated canola oil, which is 7% saturated fat rather than the 50%. So when we move away from trans fats, we're looking for options that will be healthier for the population. I say that in the context of why it's so important that we label. We have moved to labeling on trans fats. Why? Because trans fats are not healthy, and there's a scientific evidence that they should not be in the marketplace. And the industry itself is checking itself by making sure that the consumer is not having an overabundance of it. We've moved at least 40, probably closer to 50% of the trans fats are eliminated from our diet. Now, when genetic modified foods are different than that, there is yet, after 14 years or more of those products being on our shelves, so it would be 20 years or more of genetic modified foods being in our products, there has yet to be a scientific research that shows that those novel foods are less safe than the conventional ones. In fact, the last study that I saw was out of Europe, and Europe has not embraced genetic modified foods, although France now is starting to flirt with using genetic modified corns and some of the others, so it's progressing. But up to date, I'd say broadly, Europe has, as a continent, has said, no, we'll shy away from genetic modified foods. But this was a study over 15 years, 400 different genetic modified products that was studied in Europe, that the final analysis showed that the genetic modified food was healthier than the conventional because it's much less pesticide that was used and much safer for the product in the long run as far as the health of the individuals. I am concerned as a farmer and as a Canadian about the amount of pesticides we use. When you use a genetic modified food, you are using the highest of technology as far as the new products of pesticide that are being used. You have virtually zero residual. Some of the pesticides that I used to use on the farm, some of them had 7-year residual ability to stay in the soil for 7 years before they would break down. Some of the new ones now are neutralized on contact. Tremendous advancements in the safety of the technology of the pesticides that we use today compared to what have been used in the past. Why is that important? Because it's not only about the safety of food, it's about the environment. If I have a concern about genetic modified foods, it's not in the safety of the food, but it is in the environment, and making sure that we are not creating a super plant that perhaps could get away from us because there are 10 groups of pesticides that we use, and on the farm you start using one group and then you'll get some resistance and some mutation that goes on in the plants, and you'll have to go to a different group of pesticide to be able to counter that. We have to make sure that the balance is there, that we not grow a super plant that creates a problem in the environment, and that we get the super plant that causes a tremendous amount of havoc in the agriculture community. That I am a little bit concerned about, genetic modified foods, but I am also very confident that Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is watching that very closely, and I have not yet to this date seen a significant problem on that side of it. One of the reasons is because the technology has allowed a terminator gene to be put in so that the new generation of those seeds that are grown are not allowed to be reproduced and to cause that kind of a problem. Now, I said earlier we want to have truth in labeling. It's important we have truth in labeling. You realize that 75% of the processed food that are in the shelves in Canada have some degree of genetic modified foods or novelty foods in them. So if we are concerned about eating genetically modified foods, then there should be truth in that. The only reality and truth that you can find in labeling would be to use what is a growing industry, which is organic foods. And organic foods not only have virtually no genetic modified food in them, but they have zero pesticide. And so the option is there for the consumer. But if we were to put a label on of genetic modified foods on every product in Canada, we would be misleading the consumer. And we would be saying to the consumer that we're a little concerned about genetic modified foods, or we wouldn't put it on a label. And that it doesn't meet all of the safety standards, which it does. So I'm all for truth, and I'm all for more information to the consumer, but it's got to be real information. This piece of legislation, although well-intended, I believe goes the wrong direction because you're making it compulsory. I believe that we need to make sure that we have the options for the consumer. That the consumer, if they're nervous about genetic modified foods, go to organic. If not, then leave it the way it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. I'm not entitled to a question, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to participate in today's debate on Bill C-517, which is a private member's business. This bill amends the Food and Drugs Act to ensure that the Department of Health will have to establish that a food or one or more of its components have been genetically modified. It is established that the minister shall cause a list to be published, and as my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille said when he presented his bill, this is not a new bill, because two other colleagues in the official opposition have already been concerned by this issue, this whole issue of mandatory labeling of food goods and GMOs, genetically modified organism. British Columbia and Quebec have been calling for such labeling. This bill, C-517, has as its first objective to inform consumers about what they're eating and to give the consumer the choice of whether or not to eat GMOs. And that's where the issue is, Mr. Speaker. This bill is not about putting genetically modified foods on trial. Rather, this is about the whole issue of precaution, about protecting consumers, informing them about the possible risks that such food may have on their health. This is our responsibility as legislators. We have to establish food safety for consumers, enabling them to seek additional information via the labeling on the products and to make a choice based on an informed decision.
Could impact Canadians' health. We do not know today what could be the effect of GMOs in the short or long term on people's health and on the environment. Some scientists say that biotechnologically derived foods create or enhance diseases such as malaria, for example. Therefore, it is our responsibility as legislators to make sure that consumers have proper information on the food they buy and eat. In Canada, there are already about 50 genetically modified products on the market. These have been approved by the government and can be consumed on their own or can be used to produce another food. We must also address the issue of the percentage of GMOs in the food and determine which level would require a mandatory labeling. In the European Union, for instance, traces of GMOs do not require mandatory labeling if they don't contain more than the threshold of 0.9%, and only if their presence in the food is involuntary or accidental and technically inevitable. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais...
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind everyone that this issue, like any other issue pertaining to the environment, concerns not only Canada but the entire planet. I would also like to point out that mandatory labeling regulations is already in place in the European Union, which ratified the Cartagena Protocol in 2006. Included in the EU's legislation is this Cartagena Protocol, which was passed last March 13th to 17th. The signing countries will respect the international trade regulations with respect to GMOs, particularly with respect to human and animal food products.
Unfortunately, the Conservative government still does not seem prepared to take the necessary measures. We just heard our colleague a few minutes ago. That is, compulsory labeling of food or food products that are genetically modified. On the contrary, they continue to advocate voluntary labeling, which has been a total failure since we are at the mercy of agricultural and agri-food industries. The proof of the bad faith of the government is found in an Ottawa Citizen article April 4th. It reports that Canada is opposed to compulsory labeling as recommended by the World Health Organization, the WHO, to inform consumers of the quantity of fruits, vegetables, and whole grains or added sugar contained in transformed transgenic food. The Codex Committee of the WHO on compulsory labeling is in charge of establishing standards for the WHO program for food standards. It met last April. Members of the Canadian delegation, led by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, defined their position. That is, unfortunately, that Canada will not support the amendment proposed by the WHO, which would encourage and give more powers to national governments to demand that agri-food industries reveal the percentage of ingredients in transgenic foods. Bill Jeffrey, the national coordinator of the Centre for Science and the Public Interest, said that Canada's position is indefensible. The objective of the Cartagena Protocol is to contribute to govern transborder transportation, processing, and the use of any GMOs that could have negative effects on the long-term use of biological diversity and would have unexpected effects on human health. To this effect, the protocol provides that GMO shipments internationally must be accompanied by documentation that specifies exactly the identity of the concerned GMOs. If the identity is not known specifically, that documentation must include the label may contain GMOs. This protocol is an affirmation of the precautionary principle, since it announces that in the absence of scientific certainty, given the lack of information and knowledge that is scientifically relevant about the extent of potential harmful effects of a genetically modified living organism on the shelf life or long-term use of biological diversity, and given the risks to human health, the protocol allows this party, that is the importing state, to make a decision as it sees fit concerning the importation of the modified living organism in question in order to avoid or reduce to a minimum harmful potential effects. Thank you.
HoC has two goals. First, to inform consumers through labeling about genetically modified organisms. Secondly, to create a safety net due to the traceability of the GMO at every step of the manufacture and at the time the product is put on the marketplace. Le mot-clé dans la réglementation.
The key word in the European regulation is traceability. That is, the ability to follow a GMO and products made with GMOs at every stage of their marketing throughout the production chain and distribution chain. Traceability of GMOs allows for control and verification of whatever should be put on the label, the monitoring of environmental effects, and withdrawal of potentially dangerous GMOs, be it for human or animal health. In conclusion, some agricultural organizations claim that the bill will not improve food safety and will not provide better choice to consumers. The consumers simply has to refer to in Canadian organic labeling to make sure that food they buy does not contain any GMOs. But, Mr. Speaker, the so-called organic labeling must be certified duly by an independent accredited organization that guarantees that that food is 100% organic, because right now the problem is that we're seeing a proliferation of organic labels for foods that do not contain much organic material.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to rise to speak today on this important piece of legislation. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, to begin my comments, note that Bill C-517 is identical to Bill C-456 and Bill C-410, and those two bills were actually tabled by colleagues of mine, a member from our agricultural critic from BC, as well as Bill C-410, which was tabled by my colleague from Winnipeg. And I think the reason that people are concerned about this issue, and in fact that our party has been seized with it, it's been our party's policy for quite a long time, is essentially it's from the point of many points of view, but it comes down to the right to know. And Mr. Speaker, in a democracy, that's extremely important, to have transparency. We know that in many different facets in terms of food safety, which has been an extremely important issue to Canadians and to people around the world recently because of many of the concerns around food safety. One of the things we need to invoke, as was mentioned earlier by another member, is the precautionary principle. And in the precautionary principle, as it relates to GM, genetically modified foods, is that we have some tracking, we have predictability, and at the end of the day, we have sufficient information for consumers, but also, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is a really important point, for farmers. We know that recent actions at the EU and other jurisdictions have required that GM be noted on all food products. And, you know, you have to take that into consideration as to what is the government's role to help farmers as well as consumers. And on this side of the House, we believe and have believed for quite a while that that requires legislation, but also requires, quite frankly, support. We've seen in the past where large agribusinesses have foisted certain products upon farmers, only to find out that sometimes these seeds during planting drift over to other farmers' fields, corrupting their products and their foods. And the effect of this, Mr. Speaker, is that, as you will know, once that happens, it can corrupt and infect a whole crop when these things aren't tracked and traced. And these stories are well known, and every member of the House, I'm sure, is aware of these scenarios where, you know, no fault of the farmers, they find out that some seed that's genetically modified has blown over into their field when they didn't ask for it. So when we look at GM labeling, when we look at the importance of consumers' right to know, this is also for farmers as well. I should say, Mr. Speaker, that when you look at the peer review on this, the independent testing of the environmental and health impacts of growing and eating GM foods, it is really important to apply the precautionary principle. In fact, I would submit that if you look into policies of the government, certainly with the Ministry of the Environment, they claim to invoke the precautionary principle in rhetoric, certainly, and we want to make sure they do that in practice. What are some of the potential adverse effects of GM food consumption? Well, they have to be taken in consideration. The jury's not out. I think the studies need to be done. Some have posited in the House from the government side that the benefits of it. I've mentioned some of the concerns that have affected farmers. The EU has suggested that these are things that GM foods need to be labeled, and that there needs to be clear and transparent process around that. That's market share for Canadians and for Canadian farmers, so that's another reason. I should note, Mr. Speaker, that Canadian companies like McCain's have successfully removed GM ingredients in their in potatoes in this case, and they were responding to market pressures. So, let's not say it can't be done. It can be done in terms of tracking and, in this case, removing. But what we believe has to be done, there should be no compromise on, is to actually bring in the labeling. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you'll be interested to note that the biosafety protocol for countries like Canada will soon require that we supply, as an exporter of GM foods, detailed information on GM products. And these products are imported to about 141 countries around the world, so it's not just the EU. And mandatory GM labeling would really help Canada and its farmers to continue to have access to the markets. So it's a right to know for citizens, consumers. It's to help farmers gain access to markets. And it's, quite honestly, something to make sure that Canada is in line with other countries on a multilateral kind of basis. Here in Canada, we've had a lot of civil society groups and NGOs speak out on this issue. The Canadian Biotechnology Action Network, Saskatchewan Organic Farmers Directorate, the National Farmers Union, the Rideau Institute, the USC, which has a headquarters right here in Ottawa, have spoken out very strongly on this issue. I should note one of the most prominent experts on this issue, Pat Mooney, who has actually given advice to various governments, different, be it conservative or liberal. And he has been very clear on the concerns that he has about, what this does, GM foods does to our food supply and also the sources of seeds for our foods. So these things should be taken into account, and that's why we should be providing this legislation for Canadians, for farmers, and to bring us up to speed on our international agreements and commitments. Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important to note that there are other pieces of legislation which touch on this, and declare a conflict of interest perhaps here. I have a private member's bill that would not only ask that GM foods be labeled, but we also include for meat products what antibiotics are in the meat products. Was rendered slaughterhouse waste used? Is there hormones in the food? These are the kinds of things Canadians want to know. We know with the mad cow crisis, the failure of our food system, notwithstanding the warnings from scientists at Health Canada, that rendered feed would corrupt our meat system, and certainly that happened. 2 years prior to the mad cow crisis, we actually had one of our scientists who blew the whistle, fired for doing his job, tell us that if you don't keep an eye on rendered feed to our cows, that guess what, you'll get mad cow disease. Well, he said that 2 years before the first case came up, and he's still fighting our government in court for his actions and blowing the whistle. So it's really time. It's not about waiting any longer. If we're going to be competitive in the world, if we're going to provide safe foods for our citizens as well as advantage in export markets, this is the bare minimum. One of the members from the Liberal Party mentioned the issue of Codex. The Committee on Food Labeling, which has been essentially ignored by this government, is another indication of this government not wanting to be a relevant actor on the international stage and following multilateral approaches, in my opinion. It's really important that Canadians are in line with the international commitments and protocols that exist. And Codex, the Committee on Food Labeling, is asking our government and other governments to bring forward legislation like this. So again, here's another third-party validator on why we should have this. And I might add, Mr. Speaker, I met recently with a group that are concerned about baby formula and the fact that we don't have sufficient labeling on that, where we have formula companies going into hospitals and having access to new mothers and providing formula. I thought those days were over. Ahead of pushing breastfeeding is the best way to go. And guess what? There's not sufficient labeling even on that. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is the bare minimum for our international commitments that we've made, for food safety for Canadians, for farmers gaining access to international markets. And from this side of the House, we strongly support it. We have in the past, we will in the future, and it's about time this government got on with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-517, an act to introduce mandatory labeling for foods. First, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, for having tabled that bill. First of all, what this demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bloc Québécois is at the forefront of Quebecers' expectations, because in Quebec, from 80 to 90%, or I'm told 91% of Quebecers want to have compulsory labeling. It's because of that desire, which is not unanimous, but it's a very strong majority of people in Quebec, and this is why my colleague decided to table this bill, which is an essential one, to have a transparent system for our foods, to ensure that what we consume, that we have in our plates, is something we know where it came from, and if it is genetically modified, we should be aware of it before we make a decision as consumers. I'd also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to a colleague we lost this weekend, the former member for Davenport, Charles Katcha, who was Minister of the Environment many years ago, a member who came here in this House in 1968, a member who was an environmental activist who, during his 36 years in this House, attempted to convince a broad range of voters of the need to protect the environment, a combative MP who in 2001 tabled a bill to introduce mandatory labeling. One must recall, Mr. Speaker, that that member who died this weekend had attempted as early as 2001 to convince parliamentarians here in this House to have mandatory labeling, but unfortunately the House had defeated his bill 126 against 91. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an initiative that has a history. I remember my former colleague, Hélène Allary, the member for Louis Hébert, who was the first to have a motion adopted to have this kind of regulatory regime, but unfortunately, the House of Commons frequently defeated these new standards, which should be compulsory. Now, what does Bill 517 do? Well, it means that the minister would be responsible for determining whether a food has been genetically modified. That's the first thing. Secondly, the minister would be responsible for establishing a list. And thirdly, under the law, it would be prohibited to sell genetically modified products without clear information being made available to the consumer.
So there would have to be an indication that the product or some of its components had been genetically modified. Why do we need this legislation today, Mr. Speaker? It's because the federal government in 2004 took not a mandatory approach like most Quebecers and Canadians wanted. Instead, the federal government took a voluntary approach, leaving it up to industry whether or not to label or not to label genetically modified products. What does that do? This voluntary regime, 4 years later, the consequence is that by giving industry that option, the end result is that 4 years later, on our grocery store shelves, you won't find any products labeled genetically modified. What that shows, Mr. Speaker, is that the voluntary approach put forward by the federal government has been a total failure. What of these standards that were adopted by the Canadian Standards Association? It was estimated that a product was genetically modified if it contained more than 5% genetically modified material. 5%, Mr. Speaker. In Europe, the standard is 0.9%, almost 1%. The MAPAC, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Oceans, proposed to the federal government when the regulations on GMOs were first discussed, a standard that would be closer to the European one. So this is clearly insufficient. The standard, the safety standard put forward by the federal government, 5%. It's not good enough for the population of Quebec. It's not good enough for the government of Quebec. And it's not good enough for those who want more transparency from this federal government. The second part of the federal approach is the denomination, which says that if a product contains more than 5% genetically modified material, the product won't be labeled as a GMO, contrary to the international standard, the Food Codex. Instead, it's IgG or PGG, a product resulting from genetic engineering. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this is the federal government attempt to hide the true origin or content of the products on our store shelves. Nothing more, nothing less. So let's recall that the current approach is voluntary. It's at the discretion of industry. The labeling is misleading. And the safety thresholds are too high. Quebec is calling for a much lower threshold, 1%, like Europe. Mr. Speaker, this approach, as I said, has been a failure. And yet we have other precedents. Think of Russia, think of China. They've already adopted a mandatory GMO labeling requirement. Those two precedents, the reason why I mention them is because our exports increasingly go to Asia. I'm thinking of wheat here. When it came time to decide whether or not we should approve Roundup Ready wheat in Canada, the Canada Wheat Board said we shouldn't proceed with its approval. And why? Because it could cause us to lose market share. It could cause Canadian farmers to lose market share. So raising international standards to greater transparency should be followed by Canada. We should follow suit in order to avoid losing international market share to products from other places. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to my Conservative colleague this morning who was saying that all kinds of studies showed there was no problem, no threat to health or the environment. All kinds of studies from where, Mr. Speaker? Coming from industry, coming from multinationals like Monsanto. A few years ago, the Royal Society of Canada said that the only valid studies are independent studies. And I would invite my colleague, if he truly believes there's no impact on public health and the environment, how is it that this government hasn't commissioned any independent studies to shed full light on this? That's what they should do. I have less than a minute left, so I'll just wrap up by saying that this bill is essential. It has two purposes. One, to better inform the public about the products they consume, that they buy. And unlike what some would have us believe, this bill represents an economic opportunity for farmers. This would enable farmers to join the international movement that provides for mandatory labeling of genetically modified products.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-517, which seeks to require that all genetically modified food is labeled. As a representative of a riding with thousands of farmers and ranchers, I'm opposed to this bill. As chair of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, I also oppose this bill. Technically speaking, Bill C-517 provides a much too narrow definition of genetically modified food, narrower than that which already exists in the Food and Drug Regulations. Under the current regulations, the term genetically modified includes modifications obtained through the use of traditional techniques such as chemical mutagenesis and conventional breeding, as well as those obtained from modern biotechnology. Bill C-517 would create a two-tiered system for GM foods. Depending on the method used in the development of the specific foods, foods falling under the new definition would be required to be labeled to indicate the method of production, while others derived from more traditional modification methods such as mutagenesis would not be subject to mandatory labeling. Health Canada regulates GM foods as novel foods. This encompasses foods that may have undergone a significant change in composition or nutritional value as a result of a manufacturing or packaging process. It also encompasses any substance that does not have a history of safe use as a food. And under the current legislation, the Novel Foods Regulations permit Health Canada to assess the safety of all novel foods, irrespective of the production method used prior to their sale in Canada. We have a rigorous process here in Canada. For instance, Health Canada must be notified prior to the marketing of any novel food in Canada so that a thorough safety assessment can be performed. The basis of this assessment is a comparison of each novel food with a conventional counterpart and requires a critical evaluation of the scientific information and results of research studies. The information requirements are comprehensive. They include a complete description of the food product. It is intended to use a molecular characterization of any novel traits, biochemical and compositional analysis, not to mention toxicology, nutritional and allergy data, and an estimate of dietary exposure and anticipated use by the average consumer. The government is committed to sharing information with Canadians on how products of biotechnology are regulated. Health Canada publishes a list on its website of approved novel foods and decision documents which describe how regulatory authorities determine the safety of each new food product and why certain conclusions were reached. Other information, including Health Canada's guidelines for the safety assessment of novel foods, fact sheets, and answers to frequently asked questions are also available. Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency post information about products that are under review on the CFIA website. This provides the public with an opportunity to provide input on scientific matters relevant to the safety assessment of submissions from certain product developers. Health Canada's responsibility for food labeling fall within the department's mandate for health and safety issues. As with all foods, especially labeling of GM food is required in cases where potential health and safety concerns, which can be mitigated through labeling, are identified during the product's pre-market safety assessment. In Canada, it is not mandatory to identify the method of production, including biotechnology, that is used to develop a food product. Nevertheless, a voluntary method of production labeling is permitted, provided it is truthful, not misleading, and in compliance with all domestic regulatory requirements. These principles are consistent with policy for all foods under the Food and Drugs Act. In general, food products that are demonstrated to be safe and nutritious are treated the same way as their traditional counterparts with regard to labeling requirements. Related to this is the CFIA's new regulations for organic products. The organic regulations will protect consumers against false organic claims and will govern the use of a new Canada Organic logo. Our government is providing a competitive advantage from the Canadian organic sector and protecting consumers. Not only will Canadians be protected against deceptive and misleading claims on organic products, but the organic industry's capacity to respond to international and domestic market opportunities will be strengthened. The Canada Organic logo will be permitted for use only on those foods products that are certified as meeting the revised Canadian standard for organic production and that contain at least 95% organic ingredients. Following a phase-in period, it will be mandatory that all organic products be certified for interprovincial and international trade. And, Mr. Speaker, this government has taken further action to make sure that Canadian families can go to the grocery store knowing the food they purchase is safe. The Prime Minister announced a new food and product safety initiative on December 17th of last year to ensure that we are ready to meet the new challenges of a global market. The government's Food Safety Action Plan will enhance the safety and reliability of food and health products by modernizing our system to better protect Canadians in our global environment. The government is working hard to ensure our food safety system evolves to meet the challenges posed by increased volumes of trade, consumer demands, and differing food safety frameworks among countries. We are delivering on our promises with $113 million provided in Budget 2008 for the Product and Food Safety Initiative. This government's approach is threefold. It focuses on managing risk along the food continuum, it prevents problems early on so that quick action can be taken, and it no longer waits for threats to emerge before reacting. As a government, we are proud that we have one of the most stringent food safety systems in the world. Our plan recognizes that product safety is in everyone's interest and that everyone, Canadians, industry, and government, have a role to play. In conclusion, Canada's long-standing policy for the labeling of GM foods allows for the provision of information to consumers while avoiding the cost and potential trade implications that will be associated with the implementation of the requirements of Bill C-517. And we are taking steps to protect consumers in the marketplace without needlessly damaging the agriculture industry. As a farmer, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should let the market dictate on how we produce our food. Consumer-driven initiatives will essentially dictate to us on how we move forward with our production methods. I believe voluntary labeling of genetically engineered foods is the correct way to move it forward on this issue. Right now on the news, we always hear about increasing prices in grain products, particularly the staples of wheat and rice and corn, Mr. Speaker, and everybody keeps talking about a food shortage. We know that we are in a tight supply, and now's not the time to start talking about turning back the clock and everybody going back to more of an organic type of production system, which will actually short the marketplace and create even more increases in food prices. So farmers will dictate or decide what is the best way to meet this new world demand and allow the consumers to make a choice of what is best for them, whether that's GMO or non-GMO. My father grew organic crops for over 25 years, and it's something that we did because the market was there for that product. And we were returned a good investment, or return on our investment for growing organic crops. But we also know that there is a greater need out there that can only be met through new technology and improvements to our production systems, and farmers should be allowed to adapt those, make the most money that they possibly can, and feed the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I speak to. How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member will be interrupted at noon, high noon.
Okay, high noon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't think I had my full 10 minutes, so that's fine. I do speak to Bill C-517 with a great deal of concern, because while the intent sounds reasonable, and Mr. Speaker, there are other and better ways of addressing the intent of this bill, the consequences of this bill will impose costs on Canadian consumers, producers, and processors, either driving up the costs of food or driving down producers' returns, or more likely both. And for what gain? For what gain, Mr. Speaker? This bill will do nothing, absolutely nothing, for the safety of food. And it will not really clarify choice for consumers. As the member who spoke before me said, there are already regulations coming into effect that can give consumers that clarity of choice. And that is the new Canadian Certified Organic System, under the Canadian Agriculture Products Act. Now, when these new regulations come into place, Mr. Speaker, they will come into effect on November 14th of this year. Consumers can be assured that by choosing products carrying the Canada Organic label, they are choosing foods that do not contain products of biotechnology. And beyond that, Mr. Speaker, if consumer demand is there, then industry can use voluntary labeling, and in fact, they were doing that in Prince Edward Island with Island Natural Pork, as long as that labeling is truthful and abiding by the laws of the land. This bill, Mr. Speaker, other than to say it is a genetically modified food, which, to be honest, happens in both natural breeding and scientific means, I think we ought to be blunt about it. It does actually cater to emotion and cater to some of the people's fears that are out there about the unknown, and genetically modified foods are certainly a bit unknown. But to be blunt, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, there is absolutely no gain in addressing those fears. But there is, as I said, a tremendous cost. Let me turn to what some of the organizations have said. The Canadian Seed Trade Association, they said, and I quote, "We believe that if enacted, the provisions of this bill could have a very detrimental effect on the ability of our members to continue to deliver innovative products." They go on to say, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, our members, quote, "support the rigorous system of assessment in Canada and expend many human and financial resources to participate in it. Biotechnology is likely the most scrutinized of all the tools we use to bring innovation to agriculture and agri-food. New products derived from biotechnology are subject to the approval of 3 different government departments working with 5 different pieces of legislation and associated regulations." End of quote, Mr. Speaker. So they're very concerned. The bottom line here, Mr. Speaker, is who will pay these costs? And the costs are substantial. Maple Leaf Foods and others in a letter stated this, and I quote, "This bill will impose hundreds of millions of dollars of unnecessary costs to the agri-food industry without providing any benefit to Canadian consumers." End of quote. So the fact is, Mr. Speaker, producers and consumers will pay the costs of this mandatory labeling legislation. I would say this bill is a bad investment for no gain other than to play on people's emotions. Now, let me list the organizations that have said they're strongly opposed to this bill, Mr. Speaker. They're substantial and they represent a lot of investment in this country. CropLife Canada, Food and Consumer Products of Canada, Maple Leaf Foods, Canadian Egg Marketing Agency, Casco, Canadian Seed Trade Association, Canada Hort Council, Quebec's Food Processor Association, CTAC, UPA in Quebec, the major farm organization there, Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers, Food Products of Canada, Canada Meat Council, Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, Canola Council of Canada, Canadian Canola Growers Association, Biotech Canada, and the CFA. That is a substantial list of organizations, Mr. Speaker, and I want to underline the fact these are just not organizations. They're also Canadian consumers and have the same concern about food as others in Canadian society. Let me turn to a couple of statements, Mr. Speaker. One statement that was made by a member previously, the member for Skeena Buckley Valley, and he said this in a quote, "We need to understand the ethical, moral, and environmental implications of genetically modified foods that we consume, the foods that we put on the table for our friends and families, foods that have been modified to the genetic level." End of quote. But, Mr. Speaker, I agree with that, but this bill does absolutely nothing with dealing with that concern. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's others have raised questions about scientists not been able to speak out. I agree with that fact. There is scientists that can't speak out. I faced that when I fought RBGH, the drug hormone, into dairy cattle. We managed to get that specific product stopped. And yes, there was scientists shut up. But this bill will do nothing to dealing with that issue, and therefore, let's concentrate on where the real problem is, rather than bringing in a bill that requires mandatory labeling and do nothing about what people perceive the problem is. To sum up, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about a safety issue. It does not do anything to clarify what is in food. If consumers have a concern about GM foods, they can turn to their organic labeling product. Industry can also use voluntary labeling, and Mr. Speaker, mandatory labeling will be costly. I outlined many of those costs. Bottom line, this bill will not do what is intended to do, and I believe it should be stopped at this stage and our time invested in dealing with the real issues. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille will have the floor to reply. Mr. Speaker, I am upset to see this scarecrow gesticulate and try and scare the people. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about GMOs. I would ask the members to remain silent, please, and give me an opportunity to speak. I talked about GMOs, and I'd like to quote from someone, in all honesty, and I quote an individual who was very involved in GMOs, who said, and who says, in all honesty, I think that we should have done more testing, but the biotech companies did not want to do this. They had made a great deal of investment in developing their GMOs. Further on, he says, at that time, companies wanted rapid development of biotechnology and GMOs. And if we hesitated, we were being told that we were against progress in science. I was under a great deal of pressure to not push for more regulations. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Secretary of State of Department of Agriculture of the United States, Mr. Dan Clipman, under the Clinton administration. Mr. Speaker, let's stop doing this. Last week, when we banned baby bottles, plastic baby bottles containing bisphenol, the member for Mégantic-l'Érable, the parliamentary secretary to Agriculture, said, and I quote, when we play with the health and safety of our young people, there is no price. What about UPA? 70% of the UPA members in Quebec are in favor of labeling, Mr. Speaker. When we think, Mr. Speaker, that 91% of Quebecers and 83% of Canadians are in favor of labeling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but we're talking about the health and safety of people, of Canadians like you and me. Mr. Speaker, I believe and I hope that people in this House will remember, before they make a decision, that this issue may be in something that comes up in the next election. When 93% of the people are in favor of labeling, what do people have to do? We have to listen to the people. We have to say yes to mandatory labeling on genetically modified products. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I would like to point out two 12-year-old young youths, Claire and Oval, of the St. Eustache School, who are real partisans. They're determined. They want to make sure that there is mandatory labeling on genetically modified food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is 12:05. The period set aside for a private member's business is expired. Mr. Perron, seconded by Mr. Lucier, moves that Bill C-517, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, mandatory labeling for genetically modified foods, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Stop the motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
I heard every one of them. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 7, 2008, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is raising a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order concerning the amendments for report stage of Bill C-5, an act respecting civil liability and compensation for damage in case of a nuclear incident. Before you make a ruling on the selection of these amendments for debate, Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring two things to your attention. First, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that the member for Western Arctic is his party's energy critic and was present in committee during consideration of the clauses where report stage amendments have been proposed. He had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to move all of these amendments at committee. And when these clauses were debated at committee, he was signed in, Mr. Speaker, as a full member of the committee. Standing Order 76.5 states, and I quote, "The Speaker will normally only select motions that were not or could not be presented in committee." And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have concerns that some of these amendments would increase the costs to the Crown, and I'd like to go through those. Page 711 of Marlowe and Montpetit states, and I quote, "A royal recommendation not only fixes the allowable charge, but also its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications. An amendment which either increases the amount of the appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications is admissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiative. Therefore, I submit that some of the amendments are inconsistent with the royal recommendation that accompanies the bill. Motion number 1, Mr. Speaker, proposes to delete Clause 21, which limits the liability of an operator to $650 million. And I would like to make the point that a similar motion was ruled out of order at committee. This change would apply to all nuclear operators, including those that are agents of the Crown, such as Atomic Energy Canada Limited, which are funded by the government through appropriations. The effect of this motion would increase the cost to the Crown of operating these reactors and therefore require a royal recommendation. And again, I would like to point out that this was ruled out of order by the chair at committee. Further, Clause 26 authorizes the minister to reinsure the risk of operators, which can be funded out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund under Clause 27. Therefore, Clause 21 is deleted. Without the deletion of Clause 26, there would be increased liability to the government, and that would therefore infringe on the financial initiative of the Crown. Now, motion number 4, Mr. Speaker, would delete subclauses 24(2) to 5. These provisions would authorize operators to obtain, or these provisions presently authorize operators to obtain alternate financial security. This change would apply to all nuclear operators, including those that are agents of the Crown, such as Atomic Energy Canada Limited, which, as I mentioned, are funded through by the government through appropriations. The effect of this motion would increase the cost to the Crown of operating these reactors and therefore requires a royal recommendation. Motion number 8, as with motion number 1, was ruled out of order at committee. It would have the effect of repealing Clause 34.2 of the bill. Clause 34 relates to interim financial assistance that is payable to persons who, in the minister's opinion, have suffered damage as a result of a nuclear incident. Subsection 2 of this clause states that the maximum amount paid under subsection 1 may not exceed 20% of the difference between A, the amount set out in subsection 21, which is 21.1, which is $650 million, and 2, the total amounts paid by the operator before the declaration of the Governor and Council is made to compensate persons for damage arising from the nuclear incident. A motion to increase the amount from 20 to 40% was defeated at committee on the basis that it would require a royal recommendation. By deleting 34.2, the minister could pay 100% of claims before the tribunal is in a position to adjudicate any such claim for damage suffered as a result of the incident. And again, I point out that a similar motion was ruled out of order at committee. Motions 6, 7, 9, and 10 propose to delete clauses of the bill which are designed to ensure the efficient operation of the tribunal, which is established by the bill. For example, motion number 9 proposes to delete clause 47, which allows the tribunal to refuse to hear claims which are frivolous and vexatious. And we dealt again with this at committee, Mr. Speaker. It was defeated at committee. Deletion of these clauses will have the effect of increasing the operating cost to the tribunal and therefore should require a royal recommendation. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out once again that the member from Western Arctic was part of the committee when we heard many of the subject areas that are dealt with these amendments. He had the opportunity to make those amendments, and it's clear that the motions that require a royal recommendation cannot be selected for debate at report stage. The standing orders at page 271 states, and I quote, "Though not mentioned in this section, exception is made for motions requiring a royal recommendation which are admissible at committee stage but inadmissible at report stage. However, if the necessary royal recommendation has not been placed on notice by the deadline required in Section 3, the motion in question will not be selected. I therefore submit that these motions should not be selected for debate." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister for Natural Resources and the Minister for the Canadian Wheat Board. Are there other submissions on this matter? This submission will be considered before the ruling is made. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills commons, resuming of third reading of Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Marine Act, the Canada Transportation Act, the Pilotage Act, and other acts in consequence.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pleased to speak on Bill C-23 today. And just want to, just before I start, say our thoughts are with the over 4,000 people that may have died in Burma on the weekend during the tragedy. On November 16, 2007, the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities introduced Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canadian Marine Act and other acts in consequence in the House of Commons. This bill is very similar in respect to its predecessor of Bill 61, an act to amend the Canadian Marine Act and other acts, which was introduced in the House of Commons on June 22, 2005, by the previous Liberal government. The bill died on the order paper with the dissolution of Parliament without having gone by through past first reading. So just to make sure that our critic knows where I stand on this, I'm in favor, of course, of this bill, the modernization of the ports to increase their efficiency. And I have a few questions and concerns on certain elements, but obviously it was, they're basically just bringing forth the main points that we had in our bill. And of course, we are in agreement with that modernization of the ports in this trading world, and to do anything that would make it more efficient and reduce, of course, emissions from gases, greenhouse gas emissions that are so critical to my area in the north. In 1998, during the Liberal government's term in office, the Canadian Marine Act received royal assent. This was the first comprehensive legislation to cover several aspects of Canada's marine legislation. In addition, the Act allowed for the establishment of Canada Port Authorities, port facilities, and continued divestiture of certain harbour beds. The Canadian Marine Act assisted in the commercialization of the St. Lawrence Seaway and provisions for further commercialization of federal ferry services. In 2003, the Canadian Marine Act was subject to a legislative review, and since 2003, Transport Canada carried out a number of studies from which the Transport Canada was able to compile several recommendations to improve the Canadian Marine Act. Canada's policy framework of 1995 for federal ports focused on the elimination of overcapacity in the new government structure to support a more commercialized system. Global trading patterns have changed in the context in which federal ports operate. Port modernization is required to ensure that ports have the tools needed to compete in a global trading environment and to support the government's new national policy framework for strategic gateways and trade corridors. Canada Port Authority has locations now in St. John's, Belledune, Halifax, St. John, Sept-Îles, Saguenay, Quebec, Trois-Rivières, Montreal, Hamilton, Toronto, Windsor, Thunder Bay, Port Alberni, Nanaimo, Prince Rupert, and Vancouver. And that's going to be amalgamated with Fraser River and North Fraser. And so there's aspects of this bill. Some of them are administrative aspects, and then some of them are more substantive. There's certain administrative aspects made to increase the clarity and consistency between both language versions. And there's one that changes the purpose, and that purpose, so it will recognize the significance of marine transportation and its contribution to the Canadian economy. We, of course, our party, of course, in developing this act in the first place, are very supportive of this modernization of the ports. And in fact, our leader, Stefan, the official leader of the opposition, has recently announced just before Christmas this year about a number of new ports in Nunavut, small boat harbors, which is, I think, is very exciting. Unfortunately, the government has only announced for one port, which is one commercial harbor in Nunavut, and we'd certainly like a lot more small boat harbors in Nunavut. Also, they did announce the enhancement of the military harbor, but we haven't seen much progress on to that to date, and we certainly would like to see that initiative related to harbors proceed. I was also, in some of my questions related to second reading on this bill, I asked questions, as we have had problems with many bills this Parliament related to consultation. And I was happy to find out stevedores and longshoremen have been consulted. The government had to do some research to find out, but finally got the answer to that question. And of course, the opinions of the Pilotage Association, which is very important. I meet with them usually once a year, and they've got very important considerations. So it's important that these groups, and of course the port authorities, who we know that put major input into this bill. So the purpose of this bill, over and above the technical amendments I talked about, we'll do a number of things, and then I'm going to talk about each of these things in more detail, and maybe some specific elements of the bill on top of that. The first is that it will modify the Port Authority's access to federal funding. The second major area is it will add provisions regarding the power of a Port Authority to borrow money. Third, it will provide additional regulatory powers to the Governor and Council, and some things related to the amalgamation of port authorities to the way that the boards, the directors on the board of the Ports Authority are appointed and everything to facilitate the processes. Add provisions regarding port amalgamation, of course, which in the original times wasn't needed because we had so few major port operating, and now that I'm going to list later on in my speech, many more ports to accommodate the huge increase in world trade, world shipping trade. The sixth item related to the bill is modify provisions regarding the appointment of directors of port authorities, and finally adding a penalty scheme and streamline certain other provisions. Before I go into those, each one, I just wanted to state that there's 19 Canadian port authorities right now that we're talking about when we're talking about the amendments related to port authorities, and these are located in each of the regions in which gateway and corridor initiatives are being started, and I will refer to those later on as well. One of the areas I'm interested in and hope to hear from the government, whereas it talks about that the amendment as of November 27th, November in 2007, contribution funding for implementation of security enhancements will no longer be available to Canadian port authorities. And I'm just wondering why that's been allowed to expire, or why something wasn't put in place. And I know that's the intent of this bill, but as I will talk later, I don't want it to detract from money that's available for other security provisions. I know there was a bill put in place to allow investments, security investments in ports, for instance. And I know that the Canadian Fertilizer Association had approached us, and they wanted a similar program so they can invest in the very expensive security requirements for fertilizers that have been, and they're dangerous chemical items, to make it more competitive in the world markets and more competitive for our agricultural markets. The other, another area that I want to talk about in the bill is the ability of, it gives the ability of ports to retain lands for, to use some of their lands for different purposes, not just for the port itself. And in general, I'm definitely very strongly supportive of this provision because, for two reasons. One is there's no otherwise there's no incentive for a port to expand for future to cover future contingencies. As we've seen, there have been great increases in shipping in the world, and yet our ports can't keep up. Some of our ports couldn't keep up, and then all of a sudden the land is all gone. I mean, you can't, if there's condos on the waterfront and other big art centers and other big items there, in land that should have been reserved for a port, and you didn't take that into account, and then at times comes time to need that. Of course, you can't just, it'd be very difficult to expropriate it, to have a public opinion behind you to use that land, and very expensive and wasteful. So you have to, obviously, in long-term planning, set that land aside up front. But if you were to set it aside and leave it vacant, of course, you're going to have all sorts of public pressure from every group in commercial enterprise and government, and transportation, other transportation facilities, and convention centers, everyone that wants that land for something else. And so what this bill will do is allow you to use that land for other purposes, generate revenue for the port authorities, which should be self-sufficient as possible, of course, until such time as it's needed. So I definitely in favor of that, with the exception of it has to be ensured that once again, you don't put things on there that would cause the same problem, such as condominiums or permanent types of other transportation network nodals or art centers, or something that you can't just take down at the time you need it. So I think this is a good provision. It just has to be watched carefully to ensure that it's used properly. I want to, of course, for Canada, ports are more important than for many other countries because we are a trading nation, and the Parliamentary Secretary said that in his speech at second reading. But in that light, I would hope the government would stop closing important consulates around the world, because they're just as important for us as a trading nation. I said earlier that I was going to talk about the increase of ports that we have now and why we have to deal with things like amalgamations in this bill. And in British Columbia, where there was originally one major port, now they are in North Fraser, Vancouver, Prince Rupert, Nanaimo, and Port Alberni, and all to help the great expansion of trade to Asia. So that's why we need coordination, and not only with the ports themselves, but also with the intermodal, the other types of transportation that feed into the port. All the investment cannot be on the port land itself, because if you can't get there, if you don't have appropriate bridges and roads and parking and customs facilities, all these need to be invested in a type of corridor strategy. And that's why when we did the West Coast port corridor, we envisioned all these items, and I'd hope that the Conservatives would would speed up the investment in that Pacific corridor at the rate that we had envisioned. We had missed a few years ago to re-enhance the capacity of Halifax to harbor to handle the giant ships coming into the marketplace, and I hope we don't miss that in the future. I also want to ensure for my colleagues in Quebec and Ontario that when we're talking about the gateways, we're not just talking about Atlantic and Pacific that I've mentioned already, but to ensure that there's investment in the St. Lawrence Great Lakes corridor and the St. Lawrence Seaway. There's a good potential there in many of the ports there that would not be in competition with the East or West, but would be taking goods directly inland in a more efficient, economic way, and help build efficiencies in Ontario and Quebec in their ports on the Great Lakes and on the St. Lawrence River. The distance between Montreal and Rotterdam is 5,813 kilometers, while the distance between New York and Rotterdam is 6,154 kilometers. So there's no reason that we cannot get that faster entry into the heartland of the Americas if we ensure that we have just as efficient system for getting the goods into that into our ports as opposed to ports like New York. But in spite of the increased shipping around the world, our use of that particular route has dropped. The total amount of goods transported via the St. Lawrence dropped from 130 million tons in the early 1980s to approximately 100 million tons 10 years later, only to hover around 105 million tons since. Thus, since 1980, the ports of St. Lawrence have received less merchandise than 150 million tons they currently are receiving in 2007. It was 25 million tons less than what was being transported on the St. Lawrence in the early 1980s. So over the past 30 years, carriage of goods by ship has grown in the world 600%, but while the traffic in the St. Lawrence has dropped 130 million tons in the 1980s to 105 million tons. So even the Mississippi River, which is a competitor to get into the heartland to the St. Lawrence, saw their traffic increase from 450 to 700 tons. So I just want my colleagues in Ontario and Quebec to know we're thinking of them and that our vision of ports includes them and modernization and investment in their ports. Now on to the, those were just sort of introductory remarks. I want to go on to now the major components of the bill. And first to talk about the borrowing limits. Certainly it's important to make sure that the ports can do their investments, they're borrowing efficiently and everything. But I certainly hope that as this system is monitored and controlled, that it's done in such a way as to ensure that they have secure borrowing and that they can definitely be able to pay the bills. To date, the government has not had to step in, and we wouldn't want to have a situation where there was excess borrowing that the ports couldn't control themselves. The next area is addition to the access to contribution funding. And this is perhaps my biggest concern with the bill. And it's related to making existing programs eligible for funding by the ports. Now, of course, we all agree that the ports have to have funding But to me, it's perplexing as to why the government doesn't, if they believe in it, just didn't provide the funding. Why they would want to take the money from other federal government programs as opposed to providing a program for those ports. For instance, they want the funding for infrastructure, for security, which of course we want. But, 2 minutes, thank you. But why would they take that money from other areas? You know, we have a limited amount of infrastructure. The government, fortunately, after we lobbied extensively, carried on our infrastructure programs to the tune of $33 billion. But they've changed the conditions. The municipalities are still not heard across Canada. Most of them have not heard that they're going to, how much of that they're going to get. And I've said time and time again in the House, I know the Minister of Finance has heard me here, that the municipalities have to get the same amount of that municipal infrastructure money as they did under the previous government, the same amount of that $33 billion, and they need to know the rules so that they can apply, cannot be distributed all over the place. And because they haven't heard for so long, because the new rules aren't out, because they're worried, the municipalities across the country, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Yukon Communities, have been, you know, wondering when they're going to hear the rules and how much of that money are they going to get. Are they still going to get the same amount of that infrastructure money as they did in the past, which is why the primary reason we started these programs in the first place was for the municipalities of this country. And our party will never cease to stand up for those municipalities and ensure they get their fair share of that funding. And that's why when we have a provision in this bill that just adds another important need for funding to the same pot of money, why it's very worrying to me. And we'll certainly be watching to make sure that the ports get their money, but the municipalities in Canada are not deprived of the funds that they so desperately need. Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the absence of other people who might wish to comment on the lucid approach that my colleague from the Yukon employed for talking about this particular bill, I'm going to ask him to elaborate a little bit, if he wouldn't mind, on this perception that there is one limited pot and that everything is a zero-sum game. I know that this is a position that the NDP has verbalized on many an occasion, but given that municipalities are, shall I say, in the main, corporate entities, and as corporate entities that have a particular jurisdiction and authority that derives from the People's Trust, they access infrastructure funds in order to maintain a particular level of service and goods, etc., that are important for the maintenance of a good, lively commercial enterprise. Does he not see that that might be equally valid for another corporation, another corporate entity, an authority whose authority is derived through legislation, and that authority, in order to maintain its livelihood and its commercial viability, would also have access to some of those funds, those public funds that are designed to maintain the infrastructure of commercial viability everywhere around the country. And if he were to agree with me, and I'm obviously waiting with bated anticipation that he would he not think then that this argument that is proposed often by the NDP actually takes us off the mark and distracts us from what we are trying to accomplish, and that is to ensure that entities like port authorities, which he has so eloquently addressed as being physically and financially viable in order to meet the challenges of the new commerce of tomorrow. Does he not think that we would be distracted from that main goal by following an NDP argument? I wonder what his thoughts might be.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before I answer the question, it reminded me of an item I didn't have time to get in my 20 minutes, and that was that one of the investments and other investments that's important for ports to have this money is the security investments. We need to do much better monitoring, where I know we're doing great work on that, but they actually need the money to put the sophisticated equipment in, for instance, of scanning containers, etc. In regards to the member's point, I'm not sure we have a disagreement, because I was basically saying that both entities need the funds, the ports and the municipalities. I'm not sure which NDP argument he was referring to, because I'm not aware of that. But in relation to the ports, I definitely think they need funds for infrastructure, for security, and these types of investments. But when we started all these infrastructure funds, our first need was for the municipalities. And I don't treat the municipalities as a corporation. Municipalities are an order of government. There are 4 orders of government, and you notice I'm not saying levels of government. There are 4 orders of government in Canada. Federal, provincial, and territorial is the second, First Nation, and municipal. So these 4 orders of government are not stakeholders. They're not interest groups. They're governments, and each government has its needs in balancing its responsibility to, as it says in the Constitution of Canada, to provide equal services to Canadians across the country wherever they are. And so the municipal needs as a government are very important, and that's why we came up with that amount of money, which has now been basically morphed into the $33 billion Building Canada Fund. And what I'm saying is that that we should not detract from that particular fund, from the amount that municipalities were getting, unless a municipality chooses that a port is one of its priorities, as a port authority is one of its priorities, and where it would like its particular money to go. I know in our area, 2 cases of waterfronts were very important investments. So if that is an investment of a municipality, I have no problem with that, making a port eligible. But what I don't want to see is that the money that municipalities are needed for our huge infrastructure deficit that were promised to us over the years through our infrastructure programs, the strategic infrastructure, the rural infrastructure, the border infrastructure, the gas tax rebate, the GST rebate, that the money they're counting on now with new terms and conditions, and all of a sudden they have a new player in the field that's eligible for the money without adding to the pot of money. And that's the point I was trying to make, and I hope that's not in conflict with the point that our critic was trying to make, because he, as I, are both, as I think we've both said in our speeches, are big supporters of the ports, and needs for these modernization of the ports, and also needs for increased investments in the ports. And the borrowing provisions of this act will help the ports actually invest in their own, in themselves. And once they're more efficient, of course, they'll have more revenues to help them be self-sufficient to pay for these investments.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is misleading the public about the impacts of changes to the Marine Act through this Bill C-23. If anyone opposite wonders why cities are so upset with this Conservative government, they need to look no further than this bill, which will further reduce infrastructure fundings for cities. Moreover, it changes the governance regulations for port authorities, like the unaccountable, unelected, undemocratic Toronto Port Authority. Currently, port authorities are legislated to be self-sustaining. They're not supposed to depend on the federal government for handouts or subsidies. Now, this government has rammed through a bill and opposed all of NDP amendments, which will allow the Toronto Port Authority and other port authorities to apply for federal infrastructure funds desperately needed by cities like Toronto and across Canada. It also extends the terms of the board of directors, decrease the size of the board, and making the port authorities even less accountable. And the Liberals, well, they don't even bat an eyelash. They simply rode over and are letting the Conservative pass this bill to avoid public scrutiny. They together, in fact, oppose hearings at the committees, hearings that we can conduct, that Parliament conduct across Canada, so that we can hear from municipalities and citizens about this bill. Nope, that was opposed, and even though the NDP proposed it during the debate at committee. It's too bad with 20 members of this House elected from Toronto that the Liberal Toronto caucus won't listen to the city councillors and the mayor and advocates for our city who have said that this bill is bad for our ridings, bad for our economy, and won't do anything to fix Toronto or any other city's crumbling infrastructure. And it's too bad that these MPs are afraid to face the good citizens of Toronto. This bill is a clear signal that the Conservatives can't be trusted to give cities what they need to grow and prosper in the 21st century. Yesterday and this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, across Canada and especially in Toronto, there are these Jane Jacobs walk. And, of course, people know that Jane Jacobs is a renowned urban philosopher and a planner, and her vision of cities are just well-renowned. She urged Canadians and Parliament to close a dangerous Trojan horse down, and what she's talking about is, of course, the Toronto Port Authority. Why? Because the Port Authority was imposed by the former government, the Liberals, against the wishes of Torontonians, and that it was formed through the Marine Act change in 2001. In downtown Toronto, we have 100,000 people living in the Toronto waterfront, and another 100,000 will work there when all the developments are finished. And the Toronto official website said that the new waterfront is our front porch to the world. With the right kind of investment, the waterfront will become a necklace of green with pearls of activities, people living, working, and enjoying it with pride and passion. Well, the Toronto Port Authority, on the other hand, their vision is to create an industrial strip dominated by an airport, and these two visions are obviously incompatible. And instead of a strip of greens with 215 acres of land, we now have an airport that is flying out, and every time it flies out, it's put in 2,865 kilograms of CO2 pollution in the air. So certainly not the vision of clean, green waterfront. But Jane Jacob, again, is not alone. Another Torontonian, a very famous Torontonian, is Alan Sparrow, who unfortunately passed away from cancer last week. And Mr. Sparrow had been the founder of a group called Community Air, who has been, with 2,000 members in Toronto, have been pushing the federal government to give the port authorities back to the hands of the citizens. And as a former Toronto City Councillor, what Alan Sparrow did was inspire a generation of reform-minded progressives with ahead of his time thinking about our environment. He dreamed of a clean and livable city that all could enjoy. And his role shaping the Toronto we know and love today should not be forgotten. His legacy will live on in the movements that he inspires, such as closing the island airport and promoting, of course, a clean and livable waterfront community. I just want to talk a bit about what's the contrast between the Port Authority, Toronto Port Authority, and what Alan Sparrow's vision. His vision is that, I quote, "As for the ongoing battle over the future of Toronto, the island airport lands, some things never change. The privileged and civically disengaged will continue to pollute and degrade Toronto's waterfront with their, quote, save a few minutes at all cost lifestyle. At the end of the day, the larger community will prevail, but not without struggle." Why is the downtown Toronto waterfront important? And I want to talk a bit about the neighborhood that is surrounding it. The waterfront communities, through Alan Sparrow, designed a beautiful St. Lawrence neighborhood. It's a new model downtown community at that time, and it embraced a mix of affordable and market price housing centered on a park and community recreation center. There are nonprofit projects, and whether people are young or old, enjoy living there. And the same thing in the Harbourfront area with the Harbourfront Community Center. So it's all along the waterfront. And what Mr. Sparrow have particularly very good at is, as a businessman, he looked at the business case of the Toronto Port Authority and its financial statement. He was very clear that in 2006, for example, the financial statement of the Toronto Port Authority, they made $5 million in revenue, but they spent $5.2 million to operate. So obviously it's a money-losing operation. Mr. Sparrow is a very, very good business person, and he founded a consulting company, Doma City. In fact, have been helping the federal government quite a few years ago to attract IT investment to Canada, and he led missions to Japan, Korea, and Silicon Valley. So you know that here is a person that knows a lot about businesses and a lot about large and private and government organizations. It was very clear that he said that the Port Authority is unsustainable. The business case they present will forever lose money. Because of that, he knew that expanding an island airport by the Port Authority would be a disaster for the City of Toronto and its plans to create a clean and green waterfront. There's real concern. He was very concerned about the increase of air traffic and bringing the water and noise pollution to one of the most densely populated part of the city. In his very focused and deliberate way, Alan Sparrow decided he would do everything in his power to stop it. So in 2002, he founded the Community Air and was the group's spokesperson in the formative year of the fight. And as the number of people involved in fighting the Port Authority grew, more and more people came to the annual general meetings of Port Authority, and it becomes more and more obvious that these port authorities are not at all accountable. It noticed that when the port authorities conduct the environmental assessment process, it really was not a clear and open process. So this very, very strong organization that represents the City of Toronto, that represent the citizens of Toronto, are not given voices. And I wish that Port Authority, with Toronto Port Authority, would have people like the Jane Jacobs, like the Alan Sparrow, in its board of directors, so that the people's voice would actually be heard in these port authorities. Instead, what are we having? We have, under this Bill C-23, you have a smaller board of directors, and these board of directors can in fact be extended. Their terms can be extended not just once, but twice. So the former Liberal government have appointed a lot of their friends onto the port authorities, and now the Conservative, in the last 2 or 3 years, have been appointing lobbyists, former Conservative staffer of the finance minister, inside the port, into the port authority. Whereas citizens, people that represent, or the users that really know the Toronto or something about running ports, are not appointed. So people like the Jane Jacobs and Alan Sparrow never had a chance to have any say in how the Toronto Port Authority are being run. So it is a disgrace. This bill is a step in the wrong direction. And we know that every political movement is built on the shoulders of those that came before, whether it's the Jane Jacobs and the Alan Sparrows. Their leadership and their personal style and their vision of what great cities are all about, what great countries are all about, have been missed completely in this bill. We have noticed that for example, why a lobbyist or a political friend can be there if their contract or their terms can be renewed twice. You're looking at 9 years being in a port authorities with absolutely no say from the local cities or local citizens or the elected councillors. We have also noted that this bill has no accountability, and that a lot of municipalities are speaking against it. We opposed the Toronto Port Authority and other port authorities' access to federal funds because it would drain the funds from a central pot, and the crumbling infrastructures of municipalities will continue to crumble. We also note that this bill will give the minister more authority to expand the borrowing limits of port authorities, and if they go bankrupt, guess what? It will be taxpayers that will be there left holding the bag or trying to pay off its debt. Or maybe they would, like what they have done before, Toronto Port Authority, will probably sue everybody in front of them. And they by the way, sued the City of Toronto, sued the federal government, and made off of a lot of money. Millions, in fact. Another change in C-23 that is a dangerous area is that it licensed land holdings and allow port authorities to license land holdings to third party with absolutely no input and no comment from local municipalities. Another area that C-23 does is that it gives no standards for security measures. So, with the Port Authority right at downtown Toronto, right by CN Tower, right by thousands, in fact, 100,000 of citizens, residents of that whole highly dense area, there is really no standards for security measure of these ports. It also does not give the Auditor General any power to investigate the Port Authority's financial practices. So it's financially not accountable, neither is it accountable for local citizens. For those reasons, the NDP and the residents of Toronto will continue to fight to strive to return the port authorities to the people of Toronto, to the citizens of Canada, and certainly this Bill C-23 Marine Act changes is a step in the wrong direction.
Questions and comments. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I only disagree with one thing my friend has brought before us today, and that is everything she said. I sat on the committee. I heard every meeting. I heard every witness, Mr. Speaker. And with respect, I saw the member show up for a couple of photo ops for 5 or 10 minutes during one committee meeting. I don't remember her being there for any other opportunity to listen to evidence. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we actually received unanimous support from the Association of Canadian Port Authorities, from the Shipping Federation of Canada, and the Chamber of Marine Commerce for these positive changes that we brought forward in this particular act. And, Mr. Speaker, in response to her comments for infrastructure funding, I should note that during the period of time the Liberals were in office for 13 years, they spent approximately $1.3 billion per year during that period of time on infrastructure in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this government, this Conservative government, over $5 billion per year. So there's enough money there from this federal government into provincial coffers in order to help with what we have now as a deficit in this country. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is this. Now, we did have an opportunity to find that the City of Burnaby, the City of Nanaimo, North Vancouver, Port Alberni, Port Moody, Richmond, City of Vancouver, District of North Vancouver, District of West Vancouver, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which the City of Toronto is a member, the Greater Vancouver Regional District, Halifax Regional Municipality, Metropolitan Halifax Chamber of Commerce, Toronto Harbourfront Community Association, St. Lawrence Economic Development Council. They were all consulted, Mr. Speaker. They were all consulted. And we never had one city come forward, not one city come forward and speak against this bill. So I'm wondering what channel this member is on, because quite frankly, I don't understand it. Without the ports being a great and integral part of this country, we will not have the economic prosperity that we need in this country to continue on during this economic global slowdown. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering what channel she's on and if she could be more specific. If she has some evidence of a city opposing this bill, then bring it forward. I'd like to see her table that because, Mr. Speaker, we haven't heard that and we've been talking about this for a long time. I know this member just wants to come forward for the photo ops on committee, but we haven't heard this, Mr. Speaker. So if she's going to speak about a bill, then maybe she could be accurate in her representations because she's not at this stage.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, speaking about misleading, well, the Conservative government consult, but they don't listen. The City of Toronto have had a motion in front of, actually 2 motions, that have said very clearly that the Toronto Port Authority must be returned to the citizens of Toronto, that it should be disbanded. That motion was very clear, it was supported, it was voted on democratically, it's on the paper, it was submitted as evidence to the committee, in the Transport Committee. Well, the Conservative and the Liberals members of Parliament choose to not look at facts, choose not to look at the black and white motions from the City of Toronto. And then they would say, oh yes, we have consulted everybody. Well, a lot of municipalities said that they would want to see local councillors on this port authorities. But no, port authorities cannot have local councillors. They're not very accountable, perhaps. That's why we don't want elected representatives on these bodies that have said over how funds are used and how lands that are supposed to be all Canadians' lands, not the chosen few, not the big corporations, not the elite, not the most powerful. It's supposed to be all Canadians. And no, they have no say. No city councillors are allowed to be on any of these port authorities. However, if you're a friend of the government, of the Conservative government, if you used to work for whether it is a finance minister, former finance minister in the Harris government, or you worked for a few of the Conservative MPs, you can then be appointed into the Toronto Port Authorities, for example, because they have control of these lands. They have control. And what kind of accountability are we talking about? What kind of democracy are we talking about? What kind of consultation are we talking about? How is the Conservative government listening to the people of Toronto? No wonder the cities, there's no Conservative MPs from the City of Toronto because they have not been listened to. And over again, the City of Toronto have said, whether it's the mayor, in fact, the local councillors. The local councillor came in to make a deputation, as witnesses to C-23. And Mr. Adam Vaughan, as a local councillor, came in and said that he's very opposed to this bill. And guess what? Well, he was shouted down. He said, well, you know, perhaps you don't really represent the City of Toronto. Perhaps you don't really represent the citizens of Toronto. I'm sorry. Mr. Vaughan was elected, and there's absolutely no reason to say that that the citizens have not spoken.
I recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport for a point of order, which I hope is a point of order.
That particular councillor made it very clear he did not represent the city at that, Mr. Speaker, and I'd hate to see that this member make misrepresentations in this House and that not be dealt with. And that is a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the point of order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened courteously to what I can only describe as a diatribe against all members of Parliament who represent the City of Toronto but are not of her stripe. Number one. Number two, there's been a series of misrepresentations about what's actually transpired. First of all, the invitation was sent out to everyone to appear before the committee. I think the parliamentary secretary speaks for the government side, and he's pointed out everybody who came. Of the people who came who sided with her, one of them was a local councillor who did in fact say, I'm coming here as an individual. I don't represent the City of Toronto. I represent my own views. The other two individuals that came forward were, as she has described them, friends of hers, who are part of Community Air and who proceeded to issue forth with the same type of venom that she's indicated a capacity to engage in. And it was the kind of venom that prompted a court to order them to apologize or submit to a $3 million lawsuit. And in fact, I don't have to read from this document, but I can table it. What it is really is a news item on CBC that pointed out that Community Air was compelled to not only apologize, but to promise to cease and desist in the kind of language they were using towards the Port Authority. And they came before the committee and engaged in exactly the same thing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from this member whether she thinks that all legislation in this House needs to address singly and exclusively the issues of her former ward, or whether when we talk about marine and port policy for all of Canada, we are going to engage in policy that applies to all Canadians. Or whether she thinks that that means if it doesn't have something to do with Trinity Spadina, then it's not Canadian. If it doesn't have to do with her ward, then it's not legitimate. And if it doesn't emanate from the former Harbour Commission, which was identified as one of the most corrupt agencies ever, then it's not legitimate. Now, as a former councillor in Toronto...
Order. The honourable member, I'm sure, would like to hear from the other honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the waterfront of Toronto include lands that is much bigger than my riding. I wish I represent all of it. However, there are neighborhoods all along the waterfront that have said no to this Port Authority. And they say no together with their mayor, together with their councillors, together with City Council. And there is no twisting of fact that could occur here. And if the members of Parliament are so convinced that they are right, why would they be so afraid of actually taking the hearings to go to some local municipalities like the City of Toronto and conduct a hearing there and see what kind of witnesses they're going to be getting? They are too afraid to actually listen to citizens. They want to do it in a very, very quick and fast manner, to rush the bill through, to not listen to citizens all across the waterfront, and they would not actually hear from the citizens. That's why this bill is fast-tracked. And it's a disgrace.
Resuming the debate, the honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm, of course, pleased to be a part of this debate, having actually worked on the committee to ensure that the bill would provide the kinds of detail and implementable advantages that it purported to do when it was first presented. That means that as a member of Parliament, one has to assume a certain sense of responsibility. One has to examine the intent of the legislation, one has to question the minister, has to probe with the bureaucracy, and then go out into the field and consult with those who are going to be first and foremost impacted by this legislation. I think, without undue modesty, I did all three. In fact, as a concession to some of the members of the NDP, a new member, we said at the very last meeting to deal with C-23, could we not, and I see that the member is paying attention, so that's good, but could we have any more detail for the new member from the NDP? And that member was also invited to bring forward any new additional witnesses with proposed amendments. Mr. Speaker, the only people he was able to come up with were the ones that we've talked about. Community Air, coming as individuals, and a councillor who came as an individual. And amendments, well, I know that the listeners can't see, but when I put my index finger and my thumb together, I form a 0. There were none. So when the member says that there are people who rejected amendments, I'm still at a loss to understand which amendments they were presented that were, rejected. There were none. And so I come back to the concept of what the legislation was intended to do. And I know that everybody in this House, and I have great respect for all members of Parliament who come here to represent the views of their citizens. They come here to address the issues that are germane to the growth of Canada. A parliamentarian of great note said, "Thank you for voting me in as your representative, but I'm now a member of Parliament of Canada." And as a member of Parliament of Canada, each and every one of the members on that committee said, what do we do? Let's take a look, first of all, at all of those port authorities. Let's see what it is that they need in order to become entities that are viable commercially and capable of meeting the challenges of the economies of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I, as a member of a former government, said, at least from its intent, the legislation is worthy of consideration. We'll see if it's worthy of support, but its intent is worthy of support. And I said it, and I might be selfish now, indulge me for a moment, because when I was in government together with my cabinet colleagues and our caucus colleagues, we fashioned a policy that we thought would enhance the future of Canada. All Canadians, all of our citizens, it doesn't matter where they come from, whether they come from downtown Toronto or whether they come from the Yukon or out in Atlantic Canada, it doesn't matter. The policy was designed to ensure that we would have gateways of access and success in the West, in Central Canada, and in Atlantic Canada. So we thought we were all-encompassing. In fact, we had provisions in place for all of those ports that some might say are northern ports. Those that for the coastal areas of Atlantic Canada and British Columbia might think of as secondary ports. No, they're very important for those areas, but more importantly for all of Canada, we wanted to position these port authorities in as such that they would be able to meet the challenges of the economies that were beginning to develop everywhere around the world. And so the very first instance that we looked at, we said, are these ports commercially viable? Some ports are bigger than others. We divided them up in 2 tiers. It's no secret that the first of these 3 is Vancouver, another Montreal, and a third Halifax. But we put in a cutoff, 25 million, that they do that amount of business. These are the ports that will be the fulcrum for transportation around the world. There are other ports, tier 2, equally significant, perhaps locally, but they are not the hubs around which spokes will be developed. We recognize that. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be prepared to take advantage of the vagaries of commerce. We could dispense with them, move them over to one side, eliminate them, say they have no value, and then watch as their communities languish while commerce takes a look someplace else. We thought that wouldn't be responsible for Canadians. And so we said, what we need to do is we need to make sure that some of these ports can amalgamate. And quite frankly, the ports in the lower mainland of British Columbia needed to have one authority for efficiency purposes and for effectiveness purposes. They needed to be able to make the investments in their infrastructure so that they could receive commerce from the interior of Canada, the interior of the continent, and make sure that it could be expeditiously shipped to those ports and those markets in the Orient and Southeast Asia, and indeed along the western coast of Canada and down along, I guess we would call that the Eastern Pacific Rim. In order to do that, we had to give those ports the legislative authority, A, to amalgamate, B, to ensure that they could borrow on the open market, commensurate with their commercial ability, and thirdly, to be like other corporate entities, capable of accessing government advantages through infrastructure programs, as an example, or through other programs that would give them the advantage that all Canadians would expect of any of their organizations that would be directed to enhancing the Canadian livelihood, the standard of living, and the quality of life. That's what we all intended to do. We sought the witnesses from all sectors of the economy and society, and indeed governments, as one of my colleagues, my colleague from the Yukon said, from all orders of government, from all, one might say all levels of government, but all governments interested. We sought their advice. We sought the advice of those in the industry and the businesses, the port authorities that came before us. We asked them where the deficiencies were in the legislation, what they needed to do. We invited everyone. Well, it may be that others might not have heeded the call. It's rather unfortunate. But we made that extra step. We went out and sought the advice of those who would be impacted. It's interesting. For example, the former speaker concentrated everything on Toronto. I'm a citizen of Toronto. I've lived all of my life there. I'm a specialist. I went there and got all of my education over and over and over again so that I could say, yes, I am from Toronto. And I hold no place higher than anyone else, but I'll not take a second position to anyone else about how my city has developed, should develop, and what are important for its citizens whom I have been proud to represent for these last almost 20 years. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've learned in those 20 years that somebody can make a distinction between spin, decided, indicated for a particular purpose, and good, sound public policy. And here I am, as the critic in transport for the official opposition, supporting a government piece of legislation that has gone through all of the appropriate filters and examinations and critiques. As I indicated, I avowed very early, it's because it was generated by the government of which I used to be a member. And so this is a happy confluence of two different parties, two different governments recognizing the import of this bill for all of Canada. In fact, you know, Mr. Speaker, even the Bloc Québécois on that committee said this bill is good for transportation policy irrespective of the color of the party in power. And surely that has to be the test of a good piece of legislation. And I don't think that the government can take full credit for it, nor am I reaching back into the past to say, no, it's ours and that's why we're doing it. Nor, I dare say, do our colleagues in the bloc say, no, this is our piece of legislation, we'll put our brand on it. No, this is something where collectively members of Parliament came from the various regions of the country and behaved, as I indicated at the beginning of my discussion here, Mr. Speaker. They got elected. They got elected as representatives of their people, but they came here to become members of Parliament. And that meant that they assumed that obligation to see everything through the prism of the public good. Now, Mr. Speaker, if there are 3 of the 4 parties in this House that support a piece of legislation wholeheartedly, after having gone through the appropriate examinations and underscoring the fact that we're talking about strengthening the commercial viability, strengthening the ability to borrow, strengthening the governance models of all of these ports. And I hearken, Mr. Speaker, to point out that each and every one of these ports has representatives from the communities in which they are located, and that they are representatives that are suggested, recommended from the municipalities in which they are located. Yes, they must finally receive the stamp of approval of the then Minister of Transport. But even in my own city, that Port Authority has representatives from the municipality, the representatives from the province, and representatives from the federal authority. All three orders of government are represented in a Port Authority whose number one objective must be to ensure that if there are advantages to be gained from commerce that will ship through the Great Lakes, that some of it be resident in the area of Toronto. And so you might say, well, you know, how big a port is it? Well, despite all of the criticisms, it ranks, according to Transport Canada and according to the volume of operating revenue, it ranks number 8 in the country. Not bad for a port that's not supposed to be doing anything, but, you know, there are only 10 other ports, significant ports, that rank below it. And what we've seen over the course of this last little while is that the ebb and flow of commerce, the value of commodities that are shipped from the interior of our great country to other parts of the world are making their way through a transportation system in which various ports are key. I think, for example, of the great port of Thunder Bay, which at one time was the second most important inland port in all of Canada, second only to Montreal. It suffered some decline. And part of it is because a lot of the materials, a lot of the commodities, minerals, and as well as lumber, has been shipped out west through the ports of Vancouver, now Prince Rupert. You know, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't mean that all of the investment that Canadian governments before us made in building a seaway to ensure that all of the products that are produced in the centre of Canada, my province being most significant in this regard, would come through a St. Lawrence seaway system, of which Toronto and the Port of Toronto is a very important element. But it's not the only port in the Great Lakes system, in the seaway system. And so we've seen that there have been more and more investments in the Port of Montreal. It's begun to flourish in a way that people had not anticipated in a few years. And so, you know, Mr. Speaker, one can be morose, one can be critical, one can be short-sighted and say, you know what, all of this bill dealing with all of those 19 major ports throughout the country, we should forget them, because those people in one port city of the country might be interested only in the land development side of the Port Authority, and therefore we should forget about the flow of commerce, the flow of transportation, the flow of goods from the markets that are particularly Canadian out to an export environment where they will enhance the standard of living of all Canadians. We could do that. We could do that. Happily, the majority of members of Parliament in this House don't have that same disposition. Happily, members of Parliament in this House recognize their obligation to the Canadian Commonweal. Happily, Mr. Speaker, we have saner minds in this House that are prepared to take a look at what must be done. And what must be done includes not only those gateways to central Canada, to Western Canada, but to all of those ports that provide the world with an avenue into Canada coming from the Atlantic ports, of which Halifax is the largest, is the most commercially viable, but it is not the only one. We have a tendency to focus on all of those that are of great interest to us. I have a particular soft spot in my heart for the Port of Halifax, Mr. Speaker, because it's the port which received me when I first came to this country. It's a wonderful place. I'm surprised that we haven't made much more of Halifax than it currently is, but certainly it ranks as either the best or the second best. Certainly it's amongst the top 3 natural ports, natural harbors in the entire world. It is a gateway for everything that could come from Europe and Africa. The most logical place for all of that commerce to come is either Halifax or St. John's. In fact, there are others, but Halifax is by far the biggest. And through it, we could build that kind of an infrastructure, that kind of a network that would enhance the economic viabilities of so many communities throughout all of Canada. Now, we've been talking in Bill C-23 about the importance of marine ports. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, and I know you know this better than others because of where you come from, but all of those marine ports are tied to a road and rail infrastructure that spreads out in a network through the rest of the marketplace that is North America. There are none that are better positioned to do that, in my view, than Halifax, Lower Mainland, Vancouver, Nanaimo, Prince Rupert, Fraser River Valley, and Montreal. There are other ports, as I say, but those 3 hubs ought to give Canada the advantage that other countries naturally cannot enjoy. And so we've been gifted by the bounty of geography and the good Lord, some might say, and we should take advantage of it. I come from a city that is one of the most advantaged in the world. I'm not anxious to see that we lose one of those elements that give us that great advantage, even if over the course of the last several years we have allowed it to slip into an inferior position relative to others. But such is the competition amongst Canadians, that the competition amongst these port cities and these port societies all enhance the livelihood of the citizens that they serve. And they might serve most directly those with which they are adjacent, but they serve that larger Canadian advantage that all of us share and all of us advocate when we run for office. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are members in this House who sometimes might put partisan advantage and partisan diatribe ahead of our obligation as members of Parliament. But while I'm capable of engaging in that kind of dialogue, and I would reserve it for fun moments, but for serious moments like this one, Mr. Speaker, I call on all members of Parliament to do what I know my caucus will do, and that is to support a bill that is absolutely focused on ensuring that the Canadian advantage is maintained by giving port authorities good governance, good access to loans, and giving them an opportunity to enhance the infrastructure for greater commercial viability down the road. I know my colleagues on the committee all felt that way, and those that did the work appreciate this most. Those that appreciate this most are going to support it, and those who are going to support it know that its intent is good. That's what the Liberal Party is going to do. They're going to vote for it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member from Toronto's comments on this bill, and I appreciate that he has a certain point of view and that he believes that this is the way to go. I sense from him in his comments, however, that if you didn't agree with this, that somehow you weren't holding the public interest as high as one should. And I guess I just questioned to him some of the points that was been put forward by my colleague from Toronto, who I agree with, obviously, in many ways, but on the point that this leaves the public open in a way and vulnerable in a way that it should not. And I guess the point is specifically on those from the municipal side of the equation, which I know he has worked with colleagues from Toronto, I'm sure has talked to colleagues from across the country about, municipalities holding the bag often, and that it's our role as parliamentarians to ensure that that doesn't happen, to make sure that, in fact, the public interest is protected at all levels of government, but particularly at the municipal level, as he knows, the municipal level right now is feeling the pinch in infrastructure, certainly. So I guess my question, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member is, notwithstanding that he has a point of view, he supports the bill, does he not see the point that has been raised by critics of the bill, that there needs to be more done to ensure that those at the local level aren't left holding the bag, literally, and that's a fair point of view, and that maybe that should be held into more consideration than it has?
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, I started off by saying I respect everybody's point of view. We're in a political environment. Views can be supported by data or not, but they're points of view, and they're as valid as the next one. I wanted to make a distinction between that and a position that emanates from someone who has worked to do something. Like I can like a house, I can have a view that it might be an ugly building, or it can be a good building, but if I'm actually the one to put it together, I think I can speak about its structural viability, and I can think about its utility. I can talk mechanically about whether it is something that deserves the appreciation of those who are engaged in the business of that construction. I don't hold it against anyone to have a different view, a point of view, but I did say that in terms of governance, I didn't think that there was great merit in cascading a series of criticisms upon a bill that emanate from a perception that municipalities, A, would not be represented on port authorities, and B, would be left, if I might quote the member who asked the question, holding the bag because there would be funds removed from one area and put into this area. I don't think either one of them are substantive. I took pains to point out that all of these port authorities already have representatives from the municipal area. So that should be taken as a consideration. Secondly, in terms of accessing government funds made available for infrastructure and other programs, I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. If someone thinks that the federal government should put more funds into programs, that the provincial governments ought to put more funds into building infrastructure, nobody is depriving them of an opportunity to make that case down the road, whether it's in this program or another program. There is nothing exclusive about these types of programs or government's disposition to expend in those areas. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's probably what distinguishes one party from another. Whether you think that a government should be more hands-off, more stand-back, more laissez-faire, to use a more classical term, or whether it should be much more strategic and interventionist. I think that's what distinguishes one group of elected members from another. From my perspective, I think we would do wanton damage if we did not continue to build. If we, as someone said, if you build, they will come. Maybe that might be true. All I know is this, Mr. Speaker, that if you don't build, they're not coming. And if we don't pass this bill, it's not going to happen.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I flew in from the Island Airport. And I have started to change my flying patterns from Pearson to the Island Airport because, frankly, it's worth an hour to me each time. Now, I'm not comparing myself to a lot of other colleagues who have literally hours and hours and hours of flying, but an hour is not insignificant in terms of comparison. And the airport, Pearson and the Island Airport are equidistant for me from my home. So I wanted to, one of the great ports, I think, in this country is Vancouver. and it's not as if there aren't other great ports in the country, but certainly Vancouver has been has a wonderful mix of commercial and residential and industrial, and they seem to all get along reasonably well. Now, I'm not intimate to the political workings of the Port of Vancouver, but from an occasional visitor to Vancouver, it does seem to work. I can't say the same is necessarily true of Toronto. And Toronto, particularly at the island airports, undergoing what I consider to be a huge case of NIMBYism, particularly in the riding of Trinity Spadina, which the member from Trinity Spadina just articulated and presented it as the views of the people of Toronto. I wonder whether, A, the honourable member would comment upon how this bill might impact on that particular situation, but generally as to this so-called loss of municipal representation on the port authorities.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question. He, like I, live in a city. I live closer to the Pearson Airport. There haven't been very many people speaking about the quality of air around where I come from, and that's when planes actually start descending. He knows, of course, that any planes approaching the Toronto City Airport are actually doing it from over the water. But I want to stay true to what I said earlier on, and that is that people's views all need to be respected. The City of Toronto, or the GTA that's served by the Toronto City Island Airport, is about 5.5 million people. The number of people that have complained about that island airport are numbered in the thousands, not even the tens of. And the member's probably right. It's it's okay to have this airport as long as it's not in my backyard. But by the way, when I moved here, I knew it was here. It was okay, and I bought here because it was a great location to be here. But right now, I think maybe I don't want to be here. And will the city or the province or the federal government please put up these barriers or do that so that I can evaluate upward my property? It's what happens around virtually all ports. But that takes away from the argument that the member asked me to comment on, and that is, are municipal concerns represented on these port authorities, and in particular on the Port Authority of Toronto? And the answer is yes. Yes. The City of Toronto gets to put forward names that it wants represented on that port authority so that, like all other port authorities, the local community has its say. That there is no steamroller going over issues that are purely local. That all development plans are vetted through the cities, through the province, or through any other conservation authorities that might be in the area. All the appropriate environmental assessments are done. In other words, they have to fit into a municipal plan. That happens. It's logical to put in a good governance structure that takes that into consideration. And you do it by having people who are associated with municipalities, with the provinces, with the federal government, I dare say even with conservation authorities. So that's done. That's done already. That's seen in this legislation. And by the way, just to close, the Port of Toronto, the Toronto Port Authority, is listed, as I indicated, on its revenues as a port, exclusive of all other revenues associated with the Toronto City Centre Airport. So it's functioning as a port, a marine port, and all other considerations are extraneous to this bill.
Debate. Resuming debate. No further members rising to participate in debate. Is the House ready for the question? La question est suivante.
Question is as follows.
Moved by Mr. O'Connor, moved. The Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Marine Act, the Canada Transportation Act, the Pilotage Act, and other acts in consequence be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes! I heard some no's. So all those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those those opposed will please say nay. Oh, I think the yeas have it. See 5 or more members rising. Call in the members. Convoquez les députés. There's been a request that the vote on this be deferred to the end of government orders tomorrow. Ordered. So ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Commencement of debate at report stage of Bill C-5, Nuclear Liability and Compensation Act.
Before proceeding to report stage debate on Bill C-5, an act respecting civil liability and compensation for damage in case of a nuclear incident, the chair would just like to make the following ruling. As is often the case when we get to report stage, there are 21 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-5. Les motions numero...
Motions 10, 13 to 15, 19, and 20 will not be chosen by the chair because they could be presented in committee.
Examined, and the chair is satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 7615 regarding the selection of motions and amendment at the report stage. Motions numbered 1 to 9, 11, 12, 16 to 18, and 21 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions 1 to 9, 11, 12, 16, and 18, and 21 to the House.
Given that there was a point of order made earlier by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, that the Chair will be coming back with a more detailed ruling as soon as is possible, but what we're going to do at the moment is to begin the debate, and then as soon as is possible, we will come back with a ruling responding to the point of order made earlier in this day. Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 21. Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 22. Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 and Clause 23 be amended by replacing lines 23 and 24 on page 7 with the following. Contains nuclear material, financial security 2. Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 and Clause 24 be amended by deleting lines 39 to 42 on page 7 and lines 1 to 18 on page 8. Mr. Bevington,
Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 26. Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 30.
And
Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 32.
And Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 and Clause 34 be amended by deleting lines 15 to 23 on page 11. Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 47. Mr. Bevington, appuyé par Mr.
Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 in Clause 61 be amended by replacing lines 23 to 31 on page 16 with the following: Majesty and Right of Canada, the total of all amounts paid by the Minister under this Act.
And Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington
moves that Bill C-5 and Clause 62 be amended by deleting lines 19 to 26 on page 17. And Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 and Clause 66 be amended by deleting lines 3 and 4 on page 19. Mr. Bevington, appuyé par
Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 in Clause 66 be amended by deleting lines 7 to 9 on page 19. And Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-5 in Clause 66 be amended by deleting lines 10 to 12 on page 19.
And seconded by Mr. Doer, moves that Bill C5 in Clause 68 be amended by deleting lines 1 to 3 on page 20. Beginning debate. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we bring forward this, the government brings forward Bill C5, Nuclear Liability and Compensation Act, after many months. Intervening times have seen different types of issue arise on the nuclear liability front, and certainly is, full interest in this issue has been heightened over the period of time involved. And, Mr. Speaker, no one in any party wants to stand in the way of good legislation, to stand in the way of the things that have to be done for Canadians. And, well, we supported this bill on second reading, to get it to committee, to look at the types of issues that needed to be dealt with within the nuclear liability context. The results were less than what we felt were essential for Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament from the Northwest Territories, the people I represent have had much experience with nuclear contamination over the years, even though our numbers are very small. We've had that experience. We understand the results of that. Mr. Speaker, we have a community in the Northwest Territories called Delaney. It used to be called Fort Franklin. It also was called the Village of Widows because it was on the shores of Great Bear Lake where the first mining for uranium took place in Canada on a large scale. The Port Radium mine brought lots of yellow cake out there, and is handled by the people in the community to a great extent. And even today, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen the end of this incident. We're in Port Radium cleaning up the mine. We've gone through the people of Delaney have gone through countless years of anguish over the results of what happened in that nuclear industry. So, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about nuclear liability, when you talk about the need to protect individuals from the results of nuclear accidents, from the results of contamination spills, we in the Northwest Territories have a track record that we go back to. And we know what the track record has been with other Canadian governments. The fact that we're still at a $65 million liability limit for nuclear installations in this country, at this day and age, strikes me as being the clearest indicator that work has not been done in this field. So, Mr. Speaker, as well, when it comes to more recent examples of contamination that occurred in the Northwest Territories, I refer back to Cosmos 954, where we had a very small nuclear reactor in a Russian satellite that burned up over the Northwest Territories, and the contamination from that unit was spread over 14,000 square kilometers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it required intensive searches by trained professionals throughout all our communities to locate very small amounts of nuclear contamination and eliminate them. Very expensive process. What it showed us was how difficult it is to deal with nuclear contamination, how long the issues last, how long this goes on for in our society once you've had a nuclear accident. So, Mr. Speaker, we feel that there more work needed to be done on this bill. We put forward a certain amount of amendments at committee. They were rejected by the Conservatives, the Liberals, and to a great extent by the Bloc. And so that brings us here today with the amendments that we have in front of this House right now. One of the key amendments that we're looking for is taking out any limit on nuclear liability. Unlimited amounts would be probably the preferred method to deal with it, just as Germany does. They have an unlimited liability on nuclear facilities. That means that whatever the costs are when there's an accident, those that are responsible for the plant will have to pay those costs. The $650 million limit that was set in this bill pales next to our major trading partner, the United States of America, which has an $8 to $10 billion liability ceiling on their nuclear facilities. Well, Mr. Speaker, most of our nuclear facilities are located in areas similar to where they are in the United States, highly populated areas in southern Canada. So why should we think that our situation is remarkably different than the United States? Why should that be part of the equation? Is it because if we set that limit where it should be, that the nuclear industry is going to have to reflect the true costs of doing business in this country? Is that what, if we set it at $650 million, are we giving them another break for their industry so that the Canadian consumers, the Canadian people, do not have a clear indication of the types of issues that are surrounding the industry and the costs associated with that industry? So, you know, the Conservatives are taking a very cavalier attitude towards nuclear safety, and we saw that earlier on in this session before Christmas when we saw the, you know, and I don't want to denigrate the effort that Parliament went into to support moving ahead with the issues surrounding Chalk River. But, Mr. Speaker, clearly it showed how much trouble we have with working on the issues of nuclear safety in this country. When we saw the method by which these very serious issues were derailed by the government, by their failure to pay attention to them, when we saw the kind of reaction that occurred afterwards to the blame game that was played with the Nuclear Safety Commission, these things all stand out as stark examples of why we have to be very careful with the kind of legislation that we're dealing with here today. We need to protect Canadians. That's the first and foremost job of this institution, is to protect, to enhance the lives of Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, this bill doesn't accomplish that. Mr. Speaker, many of these amendments speak to other examples that we have in the bill where Canadians that will be or could be affected by nuclear contamination will have a very difficult time achieving the kinds of compensation that they need. Many of these amendments that we're proposing here go directly to that, to make it better for Canadians when there is an accident to get the types of compensation that they should be entitled to, making sure that all the types of issues that will surround a nuclear contamination issue be addressed, that Canadians will have surety in the compensation that they're going to achieve, and that they're not going to be tied up forever in court in achieving that compensation. So those are some of the issues that have brought us to this point. We're not trying to obstruct Parliament here. What we're trying to do is get these issues out in front for Canadians, make sure that Canadians understand what's at stake here with this Nuclear Liability Act, not simply pushing it aside, pushing it forward so that some other restructuring in the nuclear industry can take place right afterwards, so that the nuclear industry can be assured that it won't be judged on U.S. standards when there is a contamination action. It might actually be judged on these much softer Canadian standards. These are all issues that work behind the legislation. These are all issues why the legislation has appeared when it did. We agreed that, yes, there was need to move ahead with better nuclear liability provisions. We had hoped that we would have a fulsome and useful debate in committee, that where we could put forward the correct types of amendments. That didn't happen. That's brought us to this stage here in the House of Commons. I urge all members to take a look at what we're doing here. I urge them to consider the amendments, to consider the spirit that they've been given in, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Western Arctic for his intervention and initiating these amendments. I guess I'd like to ask my colleague a question a little bit around this bill and why it's been so long since we've seen this bill. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as you're aware and Canadians are aware, we had the whole instance of HoC River happen in between that time. And I think it's interesting to observe that this bill was put aside for quite a while, and we had quite a spirited debate in this House and certainly in society in general around nuclear safety. So I'd like to ask my colleague a question around, first of all, why is it that this bill is only being brought forward now, not earlier? It's almost been 6 months. And I guess my other question, Mr. Speaker, in light of the concerns that Canadians have expressed and that we've certainly debated in this House and outside of this place around nuclear safety and accountability, and that we see governments like the Ontario government moving full throttle on nuclear, why is it that this government and maybe the opposition, and hopefully you'll get behind the amendments, aren't paying more attention to the issue of nuclear safety and in this instance to the liability that stems from nuclear power?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to impugn motives behind why this bill has taken 6 months to come back to Parliament for discussion. It's but certainly we had a most active and interesting debate around nuclear safety through December and into January over the Chalk River incident. That, I think, really heightened the issues in Canadians' minds. I think they're still there. I think, you know, we're going to see the same kind of concern today as we saw during December and January. I don't think any delay of legislation is going to change that. To the other points that my colleagues brought up in terms of the nuclear industry and where it's going, well, we see many actions that are taking place here. We see the restructuring, the talk of the restructuring of the nuclear industry as part of what's going on here. Mr. Speaker, I'm not able to, once again, impugn motives there. My job here is to speak to the liability issues within this bill. And I really, really wholeheartedly ask the members to consider who are we protecting with the bill? How should the bill work to protect who? And that's key to a lot of what's going on here.
Further questions and comments? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Debate, right, Mr.
Debate.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it gives me great pleasure to stand and speak on this bill, Bill C-5. This is a bill that I've spoken on in the past and second reading, and now I have the opportunity to speak at report stage. Mr. Speaker, this bill is fundamentally an administrative bill. It does a lot of house cleaning for the Nuclear Liability Act. Last time we've done that, it was over 2 decades ago, and this was a bill that has been in need for reforms and updates and upgrades, and the Department of Natural Resources has been doing extensive work on presenting this bill for the last several years, and eventually Bill C-5 was the outcome. And we had the opportunity in committee to conduct a comprehensive study on this bill. First, let me outline what the bill does. The bill initially raises the liability limit from $75 million to $650 million. So this is the limit of liability that any nuclear operator has to carry in case of an unlikely accident. Initially, it was $75 million, a very small figure. There was obviously a need to improve that figure. So now this bill makes it $650 million. It also tightens up the definitions of the liability and all associated legal terms that come with that liability. The other thing it does, it establishes clear criteria for operators to hold financial instruments or security to secure that, to ensure that that liability. So it defines that any operator must carry some type of financial security to ensure that they're viable and that they're able to comply with that liability. And as well, it offers some flexibility on what type of financial instrument they can carry. The minister has the ability, in fact, he is required, or she is required, to review that limit every 5 years. So this bill allows first for the liability to be increased through regulation, so no longer it's required through legislation, and also that the minister has to at the most 5 years review it and perhaps amend it. It also established a nuclear claim tribunal that did not exist before. So this to allow any individuals or organizations that have a claim, rather than settling it through the courts, and if there's some dispute, that it's done through the tribunal, an independent quasi-judicial tribunal that is able to adjudicate on these claims. So it does a lot of really excellent house cleaning work, establishes criteria, it tightens up definitions, it expands on certain areas. So it's a product of a lot of work and consultation. So, and our committee, Natural Resources Committee, has done a great job talking to all stakeholders, talking to all experts about this bill, about its ramification, and about its implication. And we've heard from nuclear operators, we've heard from insurers, we've heard from host communities and municipalities that have nuclear power plants in their vicinities. We've heard from experts. We've heard from NGOs. We've heard even from people who organizations that are anti-nuclear. We had an opportunity to ask questions. We had an opportunity to engage amongst ourselves as committee members with the experts, with the stakeholders, and frankly, we voted. We had some amendments, and we realized, eventually we kept the bill as stands. There were some amendments. There was an issue there of the limit, whether $650 million limit is the right limit. There are other countries that have greater limits, and there are other countries that have equivalent or smaller limits. And I think it is that question is a legitimate question. Not that other questions are not legitimate, but that question was the one that we struggled with the most. What should the right limit be? But given the fact that the royal recommendation of the bill assumed or set that figure as part of the core substance of the bill, it was very difficult logistically and procedurally to, in fact, even contemplate the addition. And what we're hoping is that over the next few years, the minister will look at this bill and will conduct further studies, will consult with more groups, but realistically speaking, the figure as it stands right now, the new figure, $650 million, seemed reasonable, seemed in parallel with a lot of the international standards, with European standards, with a lot of countries around the world, and it's a big jump from 75 million. That's what the current figure is, and the bill is hoping to make it 650. So, the committee, to its credit, did a great job examining all evidence. And it was actually passed committee last December. So the question that I have now is, why did it take the minister 6 months to bring this bill back? A lot of nuclear operators, a lot of groups out there have been waiting for this bill because they need predictability, they need stability in the industry, but the minister has chosen to wait for 6 months. And we got to make sure that once this report stage is passed, that we want to pressure the minister to bring it back as quickly as possible. Operators are waiting for this bill to become law. It is essential for their business. It's essential for the future of this industry. But there are a lot of remaining questions, Mr. Speaker, about the Conservative government ability to manage the nuclear industry and to have a vision about what the role of nuclear in the future energy mix of our country. We saw how the Conservatives bungled the situation with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. We saw how they took an unprecedented action by firing a quasi-judicial independent nuclear commissioner just for doing her job. We saw that the Auditor General had a report criticizing the government's handling of AECL, the Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. We heard from Atomic Energy that there are need for finance support, for some direction about the future. We know now Ontario is looking to buy a nuclear reactor, and AECL is in the bid for that proposal, Mr. Speaker. But the problem is Ontario needs to know what the federal government, what the Conservatives' plans are with AECL. They have yet to tell us what the plans are. We know they have hired a consultant in February. We have yet to hear about what the mandate of that consultant is, when we expect to report, what their vision is. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that they promised us to conduct a review of the fiasco that happened at Chalk River. We have yet to hear anything from that examination, where Canadians are really uneasy about how the Conservative government has been handling and has been managing the nuclear file. We all know that nuclear has a bright future.
Sorry to interrupt the honourable member, but the time for statements by members has arrived. The member has 1 minute and 42 seconds left in his speech. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
It is an honour to rise in the House today and pay tribute to one of the greatest minds Sarnia-Lambton has known. Dr. Clement Bowman has won one of the world's most prestigious scientific honours, the Global International Energy Prize, which he will share with two prominent Russian scientists. The award is designed to foster international cooperation in solving challenges in the power generation industry. Dr. Bowman came to Sarnia in 1960, and his research and development has taken him across the world, yet he has always returned to Sarnia. Dr. Bowman's career highlights include Chair of Alberta's Technology and Research Advisory Committee, President of the Alberta Research Council, Vice President responsible for the Research Centre at Esso Petroleum Canada, Founding Chairman of the Alberta Oil Sands Technology and Research Authority. This latest award is just one of many, including becoming a member of the Order of Canada in 1994. Dr. Bowman, I commend you for your continued dedication to research and development on behalf of Sarnia-Lambton and all Canadians who are so proud of your accomplishments.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, Youth Week is held during the first week of May and is dedicated to the celebration of youth and their active participation in their community. Youth Week brings young people of different communities together to promote youth achievement, activism, and volunteerism. Its goal is to motivate and inspire young people in Canada and internationally to contribute to their community year-round. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this House and all of the communities across this great country to celebrate this highly enthusiastic and immensely valuable segment of our society. National Youth Week is an opportunity for all communities to celebrate our youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the RMC of Masquinongé recently held its 20th Soirée des Sommets. This event celebrates the excellence of men and women who have stood out in the socio-economic sectors of the RCM. Their actions, vitality, and creativity help develop the wealth and quality of life in this area of Mauricie. I would like to congratulate the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the RCM of Masquinongé, the many volunteers, the Local Development Centre, the Community Development Society, Emploi Quebec, the RCM, and the municipal boards who support our socio-economic sector. Nevertheless, the RCM has suffered from the regional program cutbacks that this government has initiated. It is also experiencing a lack of support for its manufacturing sector. This is another demonstration that this government does not understand, nor does it respect the interests of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate members of Faith in Action in Victoria for organizing one of 80 silent protests throughout BC last Saturday to raise awareness about the crisis of homelessness and inadequate housing in our country. They call for action by all levels of government. Despite the urgent and critical problems of housing affordability, the 2008 federal budget was virtually silent about extending existing programs. Churches and other organizations can play a role, but they don't have sufficient resources to solve this crisis. And it's clear the marketplace will not house the poor. Only the federal government has the ability to make the policy changes to end homelessness and make affordable housing a reality across Canada. Victoria residents call on the government to establish a national social housing policy in Canada.
Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Speaker, this month marks the 65th anniversary of the Battle of the Atlantic during the Second World War. It was not until May 1943, after receiving more training, air cover, special intelligence, and better equipment, that the tide turned in favor of the Allies. Mr. Speaker, the Battle of the Atlantic is further proof of the determination and resilience of our Canadian heroes. Hear, hear. This battle would last 6 long years of repeated enemy attacks and severe conditions. But the men and women of the Royal Canadian Navy, the Merchant Navy, and the Royal Canadian Air Force protected Allied convoys and our own coastline and prevailed. Sadly, more than 4,600 brave men and women lost their lives at sea. Mr. Speaker, we pledge to remember for all time the bravery and the courage of our veterans and those who paid the ultimate sacrifice so that we might enjoy a country blessed with peace and freedom. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, this is a National Elizabeth Fry Week, celebrated each year by the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies. Their goal is to enhance public awareness and education regarding the circumstances of victimized and criminalized women involved in the justice system. The majority of women who are imprisoned in Canada are mothers, most of them the sole supporters of their families at the time they were incarcerated. When mothers are sentenced to prison, their children are sentenced to separation. So attention is drawn to this reality by ending Elizabeth Fry Week on Mother's Day each year. Mr. Speaker, this week gives us a chance to consider the work being done by the Elizabeth Fry Society. It is challenging all Canadians to reach behind the walls and bring women into our communities so that they may take responsibility and account for their actions in ways that make sense to them and to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie.
Mental Health Week is upon us. I am pleased to take this opportunity to update the House on Canada's new Mental Health Commission. It was just last year that this Conservative government, led by this Prime Minister, established the Mental Health Commission to bring forward real action and solutions to the issues facing Canadians. In Budget 2007, we committed $55 million to the Commission itself, and then this past February, we announced an additional $110 million for 5 regional projects. These projects will undertake activities in 3 areas: facilitating the development of the National Mental Health Strategy, fostering knowledge exchange, undertaking public education and public awareness activities to combat the stigma associated with mental illness. The new Mental Health Commission will develop these projects and implement them in 5 cities across Canada: Vancouver, Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, and Moncton. Mental health is a significant public health issue, and I applaud the government and mental health agencies and the groups across Canada for their passionate and committed work. Canadians have asked their government to get involved, and that's exactly what this government has done.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, a sizable delegation of First Nations from Quebec participated in a UN session on Aboriginal issues. Richard Desjardins' documentary, entitled The Invisible People, was shown to demonstrate the living conditions in some communities, and yet the need to invest massively in these communities has been acknowledged. I would remind the government that the Quebec and Labrador Assembly of First Nations tabled an action plan proposing that 10,000 jobs be created, that 10,000 young people receive diplomas, and that 10,000 housing units be built. No response from the Conservative government has come, despite the fact that this action plan was tabled more than a year and a half ago. The Bloc Québécois supports these steps and exhorts the government to take action. The survival of many First Nations communities depends on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker,
The Liberal circus continued its big tent tour last week of Houdini-style magic, trying to erase the record on the auto industry. Disappearing acts can't hide the Liberals' record of inaction on the Windsor-Detroit border, layoffs of over 3,500 employees, and bloopers and blunders on the major competitiveness issues. No acrobatics can undo their leader's approach to the big three when he said if they focused on fuel-efficient vehicles instead of gas-guzzling SUVs, they wouldn't be experiencing the downsizing. Their trick of roll over and play dead won't cause Canadians to forget that their policies will cost Canadians about $2 per litre at the pumps. The Liberal record is one of broken down beaters and flat tires. Mr. Speaker, that is why Canadians voted for this Conservative government that is getting results for our auto industry and its workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, I rise to honour Arthur Mutambara, a World Economic Forum young global leader who has fought courageously for freedom and democracy in Zimbabwe. As a student, Mr. Mutambara led anti-government protests for which he was arrested and imprisoned. After establishing himself as a leading scientist at Oxford, MIT, and NASA, he returned to Africa to continue his efforts for democracy in Zimbabwe. As leader of one of Zimbabwe's two MDC formations, Mr. Mutambara has been harassed, injured, and imprisoned without charges by state authorities. Despite the risks, he remains a strong voice for unity and cooperation in Zimbabwe's pro-democracy effort. I urge Canada and the entire global community to recognize and support his efforts. We must condemn ZANU-PF's campaign of terror against opposition supporters, and we must support democratic efforts in Zimbabwe so that peace and security may be enjoyed by all Zimbabweans, regardless of their racial, tribal, or political background.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after 18 years in the House of Commons, the Bloc has tabled its 250th private member's bill, knowing full well that for the 240th time, it will go nowhere. In 18 years in Ottawa, the Bloc has managed to adopt only 2 private members' bills that simply change the names of 2 ridings. The members of the Bloc cannot take action to advance the legislative priorities of their voters. Fortunately, the Conservative government is present in Quebec, and it has both the will and the ability to take action in Ottawa, with a federalism of openness, fiscal balance, $350 million for the Quebec Green Plan, funding the Quebec Airport, the Mirabel land sale program, expanding the Air Force in Quebec, reopening the Royal Military College of Saint-Jean. Instead of empty promises to Quebecers, the Bloc should admit that they always have come up empty-handed.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I support the Asian community in Ottawa building the Chinatown's Gateway on Somerset Street West here in Ottawa. The gate will pay tribute to Ottawa's vibrant Asian community on its cultural heritage. To date, organizers have raised $150,000 to support the building of the gateway. Our community is calling on the Government of Canada to support this worthwhile project. It will be an invaluable investment in the culture of our nation's capital. I invite all members of Parliament, particularly those from Ottawa, to join me in seeking federal support for this community project. I congratulate the people behind this endeavour, members of the Ottawa Chinese Gateway Committee, particularly those like Acting Chair Peter Young, Co-Chair Larry Lee, and the Executive Director of Somerset BIA, Grace Yin. I want to thank Dr. David Lay, the builder of the Victoria's Chinese Gateway, for his advice on this project. I wish them all the best in the building of this cultural landmark to celebrate our Asian community here in Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface. Mr. Speaker, the parish of Saint-Boniface will be celebrating its bicentennial in 2018. Its colourful history will be celebrated, I'm sure, and we will be recognizing the important contributions of Louis Riel, the Church, the Voyageurs, the Aboriginal peoples, the Francophones, the Irish, the Scottish, and the Métis. But, Mr. Speaker, this year we're celebrating the centenary of the incorporation of the city of Saint-Boniface. The festivities began in great style with the launch of Célébration 2008 and with the incredible Soirée mondaine de vendredi soir dernier. The co-chairs of the Célébration 2008, Mariette Muller and Normand Gousseau, have told us that this is only the start and that the people of Manitoba will have an opportunity to celebrate this special anniversary throughout the year. The mayor of Saint-Boniface, our so-called Joseph Blow, yes, I did say Joe Blow, has resurfaced and is allowing us to relive the precious moments of political and cultural life back in 1908. I would like to congratulate all of the organizations and volunteers for these many events, and I'm proud to recognize the wonderful contribution that the City of St. Augustin has made to the development of Winnipeg and Canada.
Champlain.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the Quebec nation, it also means recognizing the importance of telecommunications for this Francophone nation in North America. This is one of the reasons why I tabled a bill which would transfer to Quebec responsibility for regulating telecommunications and broadcasting in the territory of Quebec. Quebec would therefore have its own broadcasting and telecommunications commissions. This new Quebec communications regulator will facilitate the broadcast of regional content, such as local news, because it will be aware of the needs and realities of each of Quebec's regions. Whereas the CRTC, the Canadian CRTC, Quebec is simply one region like any other. Given the impact that telecommunications and broadcastings have on the Quebec culture, the Bloc Québécois feels that it is important that this sector be regulated by Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise today to acknowledge the passing of a dear friend and former Liberal Member of Parliament, the Honourable Charles Kacha. Mr. Kacha was first elected to the House of Commons in 1968 to represent the riding of Davenport and was subsequently re-elected 9 times, where he served as Minister of Labour, Minister of the Environment, the Liberal opposition critic on environmental issues. After leaving Parliament, he went on to serve as Senior Fellow at the Institute of the Environment at the University of Ottawa. Mr. Kacha was more than a respected Member of Parliament. He co-founded HoC, Canada's largest immigrant service agency, and was cherished and respected by his community. He was a great Liberal who dedicated his life to building a better Canada. His many accomplishments and his long-standing commitment to the people he served as an MP will not be forgotten. His passion for environmental and social justice issues was a great inspiration to all. On behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada and our caucus, I wish to extend my sincere sympathies to Mr. Kacha's family and friends. He will be missed.
Order. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, as our government continues to focus on a strong economy, I thought it was time to review what the Liberal leader would do if he were in charge.
What's that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's his top 5 expenditures. Number 5, spend $1 billion on Project Green, a program that would do nothing for national objectives, but it would cost a fortune.
Shame.
Number 4, spend $5 billion on a wasteful daycare program, not on childcare spaces, but on bloated bureaucracy and interest groups.
Wastrel.
Number 3, spend $5 billion on implementing the Kyoto Accord. That's how much it would cost today, Mr. Speaker, because they didn't get it done 13 years ago.
Shame on them.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker, increase the GST from 5 to 7%. Over $12 billion in new taxes, Mr. Speaker.
Shame
and number
on them.
1, a new gas tax. Billions of new taxes at the pumps.
Oh, no.
So each and every one of us will have to pay 60% more than we're paying now.
And what's next?
These billions equal one thing, Mr. Speaker, a Liberal deficit. One person wants to bring this country and our economy to its knees. And you know who that is? The person who's about to stand up, Mr. Speaker.
Whoa. Order. Order. Oral questions. Questions orales.
Oral questions.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on the eve of the World Press Freedom Day, the government took another step to limit transparency and accountability. They quietly killed the CARES database, which allowed everyone to know what information Canadians have requested about their government through access to information. Why did the government shut down the registry? What do they have to hide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has actually widened access to information. The database, Mr. Speaker, the database in question was created by the a previous Liberal government. It was called the product of a political system in which centralized control is an obsession, and that's why the government got rid of it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What a joke.
Mr. Speaker, the government said they shut down the registry because the federal departments did not value it. Well, why would they, Mr. Speaker? Obviously they will say that. Instead of them, the government should have consulted the clients of the database who are using it every day. The researchers, the MPs, the journalists, ordinary Canadians. So once again, why did the government shut down the registry? What do they have to hide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do wider access to information than ever before. Mr. Speaker, the previous government created a centralized registry in order to control the flow of information. Mr. Speaker, it was deemed expensive. It was deemed to slow down the access to information, and that's why this government got rid of it. I'm not surprised. The honourable member likes a centralized system. Il est centralisateur, and
he's a centralizer, and he continues to be so. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's answer is pitiful. This was a register that enabled us to know who was asking what under access to information. It was useful for people, but this is the most secretive government in the history of our country. It practices secrecy in all areas. How far will the Prime Minister go to hide the truth from Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has increased access to information. It's the opposite of the former government, which created this expensive registry in order to slow down the access to information system. The registry was, and I quote, the product of a political system in which centralized power is an obsession, unquote. That's the reason why this government stopped this registry. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has not explained why Canadians can't see a registry which contains requests for information by citizens of government. There's no answer at all on that side, and their record on information is terrible. Information complaints are at an all-time high, numbers not seen since the last Conservative government. Departments are receiving failing grades from the Information Commissioner. And now this government wants to do away with a key database that provides information to Canadians. Why is a government that ran on accountability running away from it?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
All about the opposite party when it was in government wanting to control the access to information. Here's what a leading expert on access to information law said about CARES in 2003. Alistair Roberts said, "No other country maintains a government-wide database like CARES. CARES is the product of a political system in which centralized control is an obsession." That's what the opposite party wished to do.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the words just quoted are the best description of this government I've ever heard.
Over the weekend, the government eliminated the electronic database that allowed citizens to examine the government's internal affairs. This goes against the very principle of democracy, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister believe, like Louis XIV, that the state is me? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
For the first time, Canadians can see how their taxes are being spent by the CBC, by the Wheat Board, by Canadian Post. The Liberals were never willing to be honest about the release of this information. They consistently opposed how farmers in Western Canada, money was being spent. They opposed that. And, Mr. Speaker, this government is opening up the book so that, in fact, the farmers of Western Canada can see what is being done with their money.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport and Quebec Lieutenant for the Conservative government says that he was not informed of the stratagem used by his party during the last election campaign. And yet, senior leaders of his party, Susan Kehoe, the head of financial affairs, and Michael Donison, the Director General of the party, implemented this process in order to exceed the ceiling on authorized expenses. Can the Prime Minister tell us when the senior leaders of this of his party informed him of this stratagem? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. This so-called in-and-out program has existed for a long time. It's when the party transfers money to riding associations so that those associations can buy services from the National Party. In the 2006 election, the Bloc transferred over $700,000 to its candidates and billed its candidates for an equal amount. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is not investigating the Bloc, they're investigating the Conservatives. We haven't had a raid. The Prime Minister is accusing the Bloc. It's better than having misleading statements made. Is he trying to tell us that he who loves to control everybody, senior officials, judges, Parliament, he wasn't informed of what was going on in his own party? Is that what the Prime Minister is trying to tell us? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's the leader of the Bloc Québécois who sued in court to force his own candidates to have these so-called in-and-out things going on. These practices were supported by the courts against the will of Elections Canada, but we are following the precedent of the leader of the Bloc Québécois regarding in-and-out, the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. These are untruthful statements to try to distract attention. Let's get back to the facts. The Minister of Transport was the Quebec Lieutenant during the last election, and he claims that he had no idea about this advertising invoicing scheme. In 2005, he got an email from Mike Dennison. Does the Minister agree? Is he aware that by pleading ignorance against any kind of reality that he's proving that the Conservatives have contempt for the truth? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, I have here the election report for the Bloc candidate in Pontiac, which the member refers to. January 1st, the transfers to the local Bloc candidate amount $17,800. May 4th, the candidate returned $17,720 to the Bloc, and I'm quoting Elections Canada, to fund advertising. That's why he's the son of In-N-Out. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Why is it that the Bloc was reimbursed in Pontiac? Why is it that in Pontiac the Bloc wasn't investigated? It's the Conservatives that are being investigated. The minister transferred money under this stratagem, $6,100, whereas other Conservatives in the Outaouais, $45,000. Doesn't that confirm this whole stratagem was orchestrated from the national office here in Ottawa? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. The member wants to know why Elections Canada decided to investigate one method, which is the same as another method. We'd like to know the same thing, actually. Let me quote. When you're in an election campaign, national expenditures are assumed collectively by all candidates. That's the Soleil in December 2001. And I'm quoting the whip of the Bloc Québécois. Those are his own words. That's why the leader of the Bloc is the father of the In-and-Out scheme. The Honourable Member For Toronto, Danforth. Mr. Speaker, the saga of the In-N-Out scandal continues. We're learning the facts gradually. Le Devoir explains how the Conservatives engaged these funds to cheat. Conservative decision makers used the funds to circumvent the law and to exceed the spending limits, to cheat. The Winnipeg Free Press presented other allegations concerning dubious transferred for surveys, for example. Does the Prime Minister realize that as he denies the obvious, Canadians are losing confidence in their government? Doesn't he understand that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, the obvious is that all parties use whatever means are allowed by law. Mr. Speaker, even the former director of the national campaign of the NDP said the same thing. He said that the NDP did the same. Elliot MacDonald asked Robin Sears.
He right, il a dit absolument.
He said absolutely. Well, maybe we could quote Mr. Mulrooney's spokesperson.
Canadian people are losing trust in the Conservatives, and when you boil it down, it's because the Conservatives don't trust Canadians. Just consider what's been happening. They committed to expand access to information. Instead, they shut down the registry. They promised more openness in government, and yet what do we see? They are burying the scientific evidence of their own government on everything from climate change to HIV. And they said they'd have accountability, and now we have the Prime Minister authorizing In-N-Out. Why do they keep burying their promises here?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member once again talks about access to information. There was a centralized registry that was criticized as a centralized tool of control over access to information. That's what this government got rid of. What this government brought in was access to information for the Canadian Wheat Board, for the CBC, for dozens of other agencies and Crown corporations. And, Mr. Speaker, we did that in spite of the fact the opposition parties didn't want us to.
The Honourable Member. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport was the Quebec Lieutenant for the Prime Minister in Quebec during the last election. Last week, he feigned ignorance when he was asked how the ridings were chosen and how the In-N-Out money was attributed. The statement for the warrant made public certain emails to the Minister. Does the Minister continue to plead ignorance now that these emails have been made public? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Elections Canada on July 27, 2004, Marlene Catterall, the Liberal candidate in Ottawa West Nepean, cashed a cheque from the Liberal Party of Canada for $3,300. And then on August 18th, 2004, the Liberal Party of Canada cashed a cheque from Marlene Catterall's local campaign for, guess how much? $3,300, Mr. Speaker. $3,300 in, $3,300 out. In, out, legal. If it's illegal for them, Mr. Speaker, it is legal for us.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, during the last elections, the Conservative head office decided it wanted to spend $800,000 extra dollars for advertising in Quebec that should have been declared as national expenses. But they decided to hide it as local expenses.
Shame.
A December 19, 2005 email confirms that the Minister of Transport decided which ridings would participate in this In-N-Out scheme. How can the Minister of Transport now plead ignorance?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the President of the Treasury Board. Order.
According to Elections Canada, on July 26, 2004, the Liberal Party of Canada, National, sent a cheque cashed by the local campaign of Eileen Carroll. Then on August 6, 2004, only 10 days later, the Liberal Party of Canada then cashed a check from Miss Carroll for exactly the same number of dollars.
Coincidence.
$5,000 in, $5,000 out, in, out. It was legal for them. It must therefore be legal for all of us.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister cutting the court challenges program, cutting funding to Aboriginal groups, women, literacy, people with disabilities, the poor, cutting off the voices of his own caucus, his own cabinet. His message to them, to the country, there is one voice that counts, and that's his. To the Prime Minister, why is your voice the only one that matters?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Oddly, the Prime Minister is not answering this question. Someone else is. Because his is not the only voice that matters, but the voice that matters most to the Prime Minister is the voice of Canadians. The voice of Canadians who told us they had enough of unaccountable Liberals in office lining their pockets and their party pockets at the expense of taxpayers. They had enough of that. They had enough of a party that spent all its time figuring out new clever ways to raise taxes and increase spending on behalf of their vested interests. They wanted someone standing up for them, cutting taxes for them, not someone who ran around the country as their leader did 2 weeks ago, talking about how raising gas taxes was going to help ordinary Canadians.
Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the scripts they write for their own open line callers, the plastic cards their caucus has to carry around with them, how humiliating. One voice, only his. But silencing all the voices around him means there are no other voices to say, this is wrong. This is trying to buy a vote to bring down a government. This is unleveling a playing field that must be level. This is when you get a Cadman affair and an in-and-out scheme. To the Prime Minister, why is your voice the only one that counts?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the reason Conservative voices count for more in this government than any other is because the Liberal leader there has silenced the voices of the Liberal Party. In this session of Parliament, over a quarter of the time, he's told his members of Parliament they can't stand up and vote on behalf of their constituents. That's called silencing the voices of your members. Conservatives come here, they speak their voice, they speak on behalf of their constituents, and they vote. They vote again and again for lower taxes, action on crime. They're voting for real Canadians.
Order, please.
Order.
Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert has the floor. Order. This government wants to control everything. The films we should watch or shouldn't watch. The brochures we should or shouldn't read. Now, on April 1st, it wants to limit access to information, an important tool to obtain information on how this government operates. Why? It's to govern in secrecy that this government did this. Why else do this to this precious tool for democracy? Is this the transparency promised by the Conservatives during the election campaign? Honourable President of Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, a leading expert on access to information law said this about the Liberal CARS program in 2003. No other country maintains a government-wide database like CARS. CARS is a product of a political system in which centralized control is an obsession. That is not the way of this government. That is the way of the Liberals. That's the way of the Bloc and the way of the NDP. This government is committed to open information, as we did with the CBC, as we did with the Wheat Board and Canada Post.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, that's not an answer. But being secretive and controlling, the Prime Minister decided that access to information requests had to go through Privy Council. The method is similar to what they did with the gun registry. This is their way to do these low blows without a public debate. The Conservatives made this decision for a precise reason. They want to hide information from the public. Will the government reinstate this CARES system immediately? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Why would we reinstate a program that blocks access to information, that centralizes control? For the first time, over the objections of the Liberals, for the first time, Canadians can see how their taxes are being used and spent by the CBC, by the Wheat Board, and by Canada Post. The Liberals were never willing to relinquish that central control. We are.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga Maisonneuve. Following his decision not to support economic groups that are non-profit, the government decided to put an end to Montréal International, funded by the Government of Quebec, the City of Montreal, and the private sector, whose mission is to attract foreign investment and support the development of targeted sectors. Will the Minister for Economic Development for the regions of Quebec reconsider this decision as demanded by the Minister from Quebec, Raymond Bachand, who qualifies this decision as being purely ideological? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, Montréal International has been funded for a long time by Economic Development Canada and by other partners. We clearly indicated that we want to finance ad hoc projects where we can measure the results. We are doing things in a civilized manner. We asked Montréal International to show us a transition plan so that they can operate and fly by their own means. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, on May 3rd, the federal government published a call for tender to relocate the occupants of Les Voltigeurs de Québec for 10 years, starting in June 2008. Yet, on April 12th, the request was for a duration of 3 years only. Can the minister responsible for the Quebec City region assign that the decision was made by her government to not rebuild the facility or to change it in secret? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Well, nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. The member certainly is late in her newspaper reading. We see this in the Soleil this weekend. The Department of National Defense called for tenders. Given the volume, it did it again, but that does not call into question the rebuilding.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government often disagrees with provincial governments on policies, but especially at a time of hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs, it is unacceptable and unprecedented for Canada's finance minister to tell the world that Ontario is the last place to invest, when even the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador is now promising to stand up for Ontario and also to move forward with his anyone but Conservative campaign. Why can't this minister stop trashing the business climate of Ontario?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, last week the member from Markham Unionville, disregarding the facts, attacked me and my wife and our children. His remarks were defamatory, and we are awaiting his apology.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville. Order. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville. Order.
I would recommend a little collegiality in this House. And on the matter of that school, my questions are very simple. Is there now, or was there ever in the past, any ownership by the minister or anyone in his family? Was there anything in his budget that potentially or actually supported that school? And if so, why did he not recuse himself from the budget?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
The Minister of Finance has been a long-time supporter of helping developmentally disabled people in this country. He has been someone who has done more to help the disadvantaged with developmental disabilities than the Liberal government has ever done. And for the lies and smears that we hear from that side of the House, it's simply unacceptable. This member should apologize and do the right thing and do it immediately, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, instead of dealing with the Constitution, the Labour Minister and Minister responsible for economic development in Quebec should deal with his own files and realize that Montreal is key to Quebec's economy. This stupid decision to cut off Montreal International and other not-for-profit organizations will have a disastrous impact on Montreal's economy and all regions of Quebec. After Ontario, it's our turn. What does this minister have against Montreal? The Honourable Labour Minister. Mr. Speaker, we maintain our decision to help economic organizations on an ad hoc basis rather than recurring basis. Montreal International benefited from $66 million for economic development over the past 10 years. They can come up with a transition plan, and starting on March 31st, 2010, they should be able to operate on their own without our support. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, imagine we're stuck with an armchair constitutional expert like the EDC minister and a senator who doesn't have the PM's ear representing Montreal's interests in cabinet. The partnership between the federal government and Montreal International was an unprecedented success. It brought in investments of around $6 billion over 12 years to Montreal. The World Anti-Doping Agency is a good example. The cost to the federal government was $2 million a year. The minister's the only one who thinks this way. When will the minister announce new funding for Montreal International? The Honourable Labour Minister. Mr. Speaker, the contract we have with Montreal International ended on December 31st last, and people know that they have to present a transition plan. All economic organizations who've presented such a credible plan have had their projects accepted. We expect the same from Montreal International.
Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, media reports over the weekend suggest that the government is proposing changes requiring all federal skilled worker applicants to submit the results of a French or English language proficiency test. Can the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration clarify what this means for skilled workers applying to come to Canada?
Well, Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we value the contribution that newcomers have made in building Canada. We want more newcomers to come here, and we want more to be reunited with their families, and more to become successful in Canada. No, that's why these are proposals only, and they're presented in the Canada Gazette for a 30-day period to ensure public consultations. If it becomes clear that they might place additional burdens on applicants, then we won't proceed with them. But rest assured, Mr. Speaker, our government will also always ensure that immigrants who want to come to Canada are treated fairly and equally.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The extension that allows Insight to operate was set to expire June 30th. Again and again, this government has delayed a decision on this important facility, saying more research needs to be done. Well, the research has been done, and it's absolutely clear. More than 20 studies have demonstrated the health, safety, and cost benefits of Insight. This morning, the criminologist hired by the government said that Insight contributes to public order and saves lives. When will this government listen to the evidence and extend Insight's permit to operate?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows, the extension ends on June 30th, and this government will make a decision before that time. I would like to say to this House, however, that I was very pleased to be with the Justice Minister and the Public Safety Minister last week, where we announced $111 million to help individuals who are addicted to illicit and unhealthy drugs. For prevention purposes as well, to make sure that our kids get the message that these drugs are unsafe. That's the kind of government that we have in Canada now, a government that cares about addicts and cares about those who would otherwise be twisted on to these very dangerous drugs.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Leading researchers from UBC condemned the government's interference in research on Insight. The only response from the government was that the decision on Insight would not be based on scientific evidence alone. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative government isn't making its decision based on evidence, then what on earth are they basing it on? What exactly is this government desperately seeking that wasn't covered in more than 20 studies? What are they so afraid of in dealing with the scientific evidence before them?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I find it unusual, Mr. Speaker, for the Honourable Member to make that allegation. We're the government that actually wants more research, that actually commissioned more research, because we want to make sure that this decision is the right decision for Canada, the right decision for addicts, the right decision for the community in Vancouver. That's the decision we've made. More research, more consideration. That's because we are open-minded and we want to make the best decision for Canada and Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question's for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It has to do still with the case of Mr. Abdul Razik. Mr. Abdul Razik is a Canadian citizen. He's still in Khartoum. He doesn't have a passport. I'd like to ask the Minister this question. What's he going to do to ensure Mr. Abdul Razik's return to Canada? The Honourable Foreign Affairs Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said last week to my honourable colleague, we're evaluating the situation currently. What I can say now is that Mr. Abdul Razik has all the consular assistance and we're supporting him medically. We're helping him communicate with his family and his lawyer. Mr. Speaker, as you know, he's currently at the embassy and he's getting temporary shelter there. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
We can only assume that Mr. Abdul Razik does not pose a security threat because both his parliamentary secretary and his chief of staff met with Mr. Abdul Razik when they were in Khartoum. So if he's not a security threat and the minister has said he shouldn't be on a list, I'd like to ask the minister, he can't get access to a passport. It's all very well to say you're giving him refuge, but he wants to come back to Canada. And the minister knows perfectly well that that future lies in his hands and in the hands of the government of Canada. What are you going to do to make sure that Mr. Abdul Razik can come home to his country?
I'm sure the question was addressed to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say to the former NDP Ontario leader that Mr. Abdul Razik is temporarily unable to come back to Canada because he's currently on the list of suspected terrorists, the UN list, and he's suspected of being affiliated with Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, or Osama bin Laden.
Mr. Speaker, death tolls in Burma from Saturday's tragic cyclone may now exceed 10,000. Those left homeless probably number in the hundreds of thousands. Getting assistance to the Burmese people is made more challenging by the repressive military dictatorship. Will the government commit to working with the Red Cross and other appropriate relief agencies to ensure that sufficient aid reaches directly to the people most affected? And will the government announce this aid this afternoon when it presents Aung San Suu Kyi's Canadian citizenship to Prime Minister Sein Win?
Best question today.
Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Expresses condolences to the families and friends of those deceased and concerns of all who were affected. CETA will respond by setting aside $2 million to support international humanitarian organizations such as the UN, the International Red Cross, and the World Food Program. We have just received word that the UN has negotiated access with the government of Myanmar. We call upon the government of Myanmar to allow access to other international humanitarian organizations and to allow for an effective aid operation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, don't call it Myanmar, call it Burma, as the people call it. To help the stricken people of Burma on this tragic day, will the Prime Minister meet with Prime Minister Sein Win this afternoon? Will the Government of Canada commit to hosting our Burmese MP Union meeting in Ottawa this year? And will CETA provide the $1 million shortfall in food aid to Burmese refugees over and above what she just announced that occurred even before the cyclone? Exactly. And how will the Canadian government assure that the assistance that she just announced will get directly to the people?
Action.
Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, we have set aside $2 million to help in the international effort. We will provide that money to the international organizations who are allowed access into the country to help those who are affected. We will call on and urge the government to allow international organizations to proceed with an effective aid operations so that this challenge can be addressed and the people's suffering can be reduced.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, while the government's getting ready to confer honorary citizenship on Aung San Suu Kyi to indicate its support for her dissidence and resistance to the Burmese government, but at the same time, the Canadian government's unable to comply with the embargo it ordered against that regime. What concrete steps does the Minister of Foreign Affairs intend to take to ensure that the embargo is respected by Canadian companies? The Honourable Foreign Affairs Minister. Mr. Speaker, the sanctions we imposed on the military junta are among the most strict in the world. We do this to ensure that the regime changes. We want the people of Burma to have a democratic government soon that will respect human rights, respect human dignity. And as for the steps taken by our sanctions, when those steps are very strict, people who don't comply could get up to 5 years jail. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, while the apparel industry in Quebec is in crisis, the committee responsible for the Canadian Olympic team's uniforms in China saw fit to have them manufactured in China. That's a great example of conservative indifference to the manufacturing crisis here at home. Does the government intend to correct the situation and make sure that Canada's Olympic athletes will be wearing clothes made here in Canada? The Honourable Secretary of State,
Speaker, can I just say that this is an example of ineffective presence of the Bloc in the House of Commons? This, of course, was a decision that was made in 2004 by VANOC, by the Canadian Olympic Committee, and we see that the Bloc members in this House were completely ineffective in that process. This is a decision, like I said, that is made by the COC and VANOC. It is a decision that the Canadian athletes have had some input in, and it is not a government decision.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Rest of the Gouche. Mr. Speaker, my riding was affected last week by high water levels, unprecedented levels. In January 2008, the government set up a financial assistance program, but under that program, my constituents won't get any help from the federal government because it's their secondary home. Can the government confirm that people will be helped out with their flood costs, and as will volunteers, by the federal government immediately? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
And I could say, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada is closely monitoring the flood situation in New Brunswick through the Government Operations Centre. The province of New Brunswick has made an official request for financial assistance available through the disaster financial assistance arrangements, and there are eligibility requirements that will be covered here, and we will continue to work with the province of New Brunswick.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, following the commitment made in the speech from the throne, the House passed a motion on October 17th conferring honorary Canadian citizenship on Aung San Suu Kyi in recognition of her struggle to bring freedom and democracy to the people of Burma. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs update the House on what the government is doing to implement this motion?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that later today I will present a certificate of honorary citizenship to Aung San Suu Kyi. Cousins, Dr. San Wan, will accept this award on her behalf, Mr. Speaker. This government will continue to stand alongside those who, Mr. Speaker, like Aung San Suu Kyi, stand up for the democracy, for the human right, the rule of law, and, Mr. Speaker, for all people of Burma, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, to start off, I just want to pass on our condolences, and our thoughts are with the people of Burma after the horrific cyclone on the weekend. Mr. Speaker, the real leader of Burma is Aung San Suu Kyi.
And one of the things that we were trying to get the government to do is to bring in tough sanctions. Mr. Speaker, I just heard the minister get on his feet and say they were tough. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has documents here that when posed the question to the minister, to this government about how they can determine whether the sanctions are working, they replied the following: there is no requirement by companies to advise us of their investments in Burma. Mr. Speaker, what is this? It's a paper tiger, no action. What is this government going to do about real sanctions in Burma?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, these are among the toughest sanctions in the world, and I would invite the international community to follow suit and impose as tough measures as we have. These sanctions show our government's commitment to promoting freedom, human rights, the rule of law, all around the world, and specifically in Burma. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Saying goes, there's no there when it comes to tough sanctions from this government. The Canada Pension Plan holds more than $1 billion worth of shares with companies linked to Burma. Le gouvernement a admis que la...
The government has admitted that the sanctions have a very limited effect. They cover only future investments, and the government has no way of knowing whether investments are being made in Burma. Will the minister finally take action? When will he prevent Canadian investments in Burma? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we acted on December 14th by imposing these, which are among the toughest sanctions in the world. I'd like my colleague to be able to do like us and see to it that this regime changes, that the military junta leaves, and so that the people of Burma can live in democracy with respect for the rule of law and human dignity. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're doing. We're leaders in the world, and we invite the international community to follow suit, do the same, and impose tough measures on this regime.
For Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are horrified by the gruesome deaths of 500 ducks at Syncrude Tailing Pond, and this type of ecological disaster will only become more and more often as Alberta's oil sands develop beyond control. So the president of Syncrude describes the Prime Minister as a very good supporter of the oil sands. Will the Prime Minister become a very good supporter of the planet and commit today to using his government's authority under the Migratory Birds Act to immediately prosecute this crime and any future incidents of this kind?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
We take this issue tremendously seriously. Officials from Environment Canada and the Canadian Wildlife Service were on the scene to provide support. There's currently an investigation going forward to investigate any illegal offences which may have occurred. Thanks to this government, we've brought in more financial resources to support environmental enforcement, something that was lacking, Mr. Speaker. Maybe while I'm on my feet, I could ask the member opposite. Does she not agree that it's unacceptable to dump raw sewage into the Pacific Ocean like she did when she was Minister of the Environment in British Columbia?
The Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know it was asked by the Bloc. I'd like to get some further clarity on the question in regards to the Canadian athletes and their clothes. It was brought to my attention, too, that these were being manufactured in China as opposed to right here in Canada. For additional clarity, could I ask the Secretary of State and Sport to tell us what the government agrees, whether the government agrees with this decision made by the Canadian Olympic Committee?
Honourable Secretary of State.
Speaker, I will thank the honourable member from Chatham, Kent, Essex for his question, and let me be very clear, we don't agree with the decision. Of course, we would have preferred that the clothing be made in Canada. Of course, the decision on our Olympic athletes' clothing is made by VANOC and by the COC. They are private, independent bodies. I think it is important also to remind this House that this was a decision that was made in 2004 when there was a Liberal government. Of course, the Liberal government did not complain. They did not do anything. And why, Speaker? Because it's very clear that this is a decision that's made under business operations of the Canadian Olympic Committee.
The Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. People in my region can barely afford gas to get around. the government doesn't set gas prices, but it is responsible for diminishing our reliance on gas. In rural areas like mine, there's virtually no public transit, and consumers have no choice. They're taken hostage by gas prices. The government is making... will the government take quick measures to help municipalities out and reduce their reliance on oil? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. We understand that the high prices of gas, the burden that's putting on families. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we have taken action. We've reduced the GST. We're actually giving some of the gas tax funding back to those municipalities, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is that the price of gasoline is set by international market forces, something that we have no control over. But we are committed to reducing taxes. Unlike the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, will not only raise the GST, will raise taxes, but have uncontrolled government spending plans. In fact, for every percentage that they cut in the GST, they've got umpteen plans and will put us back.
Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Mr. Emerson, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the States of the European Free Trade Association, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Republic of Iceland, the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Kingdom of Norway, and the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Swiss Confederation. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Emerson, appuyé par
Mr. Emerson, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. In accordance with the order of reference of Monday, December 10, 2007, your committee has considered Bill C-30, the Specific Claims Tribunal Act, and has agreed to report it with amendments. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
Members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I understand that there is a situation within the parliamentary precinct because of a lack of water in the downtown area, and I'm told this is anticipated to continue for some time. The Sergeant-at-Arms of the House of Commons has advised me that in his opinion the situation represents a health and safety risk.
Therefore, I ask for unanimous consent for the following House order: that the notice paper close at 4 o'clock today, that all committee meetings be cancelled for today, and that this House do now adjourn.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu.
Has the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
So ordered. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.